Fakes the white. He's in. Patriots win the Super Bowl.
Welcome to Patriots Touchback Podcast.
Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning, everybody, and welcome along back to the Patriots Touchback Podcast. This is the NFL Draft Live Watch-Along. It is, of course, me, joined by my co-assistant, as always, Mr. Nick Cosgrove. We are going to be live for the next 4, maybe 4.5 hours as we go through every single pick. The New England Patriots picking at 4. Are they going to take Will Campbell? What kind of shocks are we going to expect going into this draft? And we will also do our quick little proper New England Patriots Touchback Podcast. I've really screwed that up. Mock draft. So yeah, it's going to be a long night. But please make sure you hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, tell all your friends, follow us on all your social media platforms, and make sure you follow the podcast on Spotify and on Apple as well. And without further ado, we are 30 minutes away from the start of the NFL Draft. Let's fucking go! What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Patriots Touchback Podcast. It is draft time. It's one of the most exciting parts of the calendar year, and we are here at long last with New England taking the 4th overall pick. It seems to be an anticlimactic one, but we are going to be here all the way through right to the bitter end, so please make sure you smash that like button and you hit the subscribe button. It'll be very much appreciated. Nick, good evening, sir. Are we ready for this?
Come roll.
Let's do this then. Let's do this. So New England, let's start with us team, obviously. Pats with the 4th pick. Does seem a little bit anticlimactic. Doesn't seem to look like that Will Campbell is going to be the consensus pick. Every top analyst, every top draftee has got Campbell going at 4. Is there any sort of way that, you know, this could just be a ruse, a smokescreen, or do we think this is going to be a dead cert that is going to be Will Campbell at 4?
I think unless someone gives us a decent trade, obviously there's been in the last sort of 24 hours, 36 hours, there's been possible talk on Chicago coming up for Ashton Jeanty. So that would see us dropping from 4 to 10, but picking up a second rounder as well. I think Mike Vrabel's made it very clear that he sees Will Campbell as a left tackle. He doesn't have a problem with arm length. So if we do not get a decent trade offer, we are taking Will Campbell. You know, everyone's been talking about where does the draft start. It doesn't start at 1. Cam Ward's going. It doesn't start at 2. Hunter's going there. Carter's going at 3. Campbell's going at 4. I think the draft starts at number 5 with Jacksonville. Are they going to hold fire and take Graham? Are they going to take Ashton Jeanty? So that's where the draft starts. The first 4, I think they're almost nailed on unless you get a seriously decent trade offer.
Yeah, no, listen, I think you're dead on right there. Asleep at One Network's in the building. All right, guys. Hope you're well. Hope you're all excited for the draft and so on. Yeah, I think you're right there. It's just there is rumors going around that the Browns are open for business. Are trading out of number 2. Apparently, Jacksonville is the team that's looking to trade up from 5 to 2. I can imagine they're after Travis Hunter, but why would the Browns want to trade down? What do the Browns need? Do they need a Mason Graham? Do they need offensive linemen? What has been?
I mean, the Browns need both corner and wide receiver. That's why Hunter fits them perfectly. You know, I'd be shocked if the Cleveland Browns move out of 2 with Hunter on the board. It would shock me.
Yeah, that definitely will shock me. So I'm looking on the PFF simulator board right now. So they need quarterback, running back, receiver, tackle, and corner. So yeah, it would make absolutely next to no sense whatsoever to trade out that pick. But it all depends it all depends what Jacksonville are actually offering.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just doesn't. Yeah, I don't think it makes any sense at all. Let's take away from all that. Okay, so we know where the fall's going to be. It's going to be Cam Ward to Tennessee. It's going to be Travis Hunter to Cleveland. It's going to be Abdul Carter to the Giants, and then we're going to end up with Will Campbell. Look, I'm not against Will Campbell. You know, I don't hate the pick, but I don't love it either. I need to see what he's like on the field. We've seen enough tape of him to see. Okay, the arm lev doesn't concern me. You know, he's very good with his hands. He's got great footwork. He's got very good upper body strength. He knows how to manipulate edge rushers out of the way. We need to see him at the NFL level. And that's why I'll always have a question mark over him when he gets to the NFL level, okay? Moving further down the board, Mason Graham or Ashton Gentry to the Jags. It does seem to be... It could be one of those two picks. But here's the thing, though. Something crept into my head today. It would be a Raiders thing if they pair Brock Bowers with Tyler Warren out of Penn State.
You're not going to run Bowers. You're not going to run Bowers, and they are desperate. They need two positions more than anything. One is running back, and one is wide receiver. If they are not taking Ashton Gentry, they are taking Tetairoa McMillan. Simple as.
You think they're going to take Tet McMillan?
I think they are if they are not taking Ashton Gentry, which is my belief, and it has been my belief for the last, I don't know, month at least, that they are taking Ashton Gentry. If they are not taking Ashton Gentry, they are taking Tetmac, because they are the two positions that they are in absolute dire need of.
Mm. No, that's true. That's true. Where does it fall then for the Jets will probably take Membu at number 7. They need a right tackle, so I think that one is pretty much nailed on.
Now that's a Tyler Warren dark horse.
True.
That would be
they don't have a right tackle.
Would be
they let Moses go. He's gone to us now, and he was pretty solid. But now they got Fashionura at left tackle, so they're pretty safe there. But they need a right tackle. Membu fits that bill pretty nicely for them. I then move on to Carolina at 8. They've got a lot of holes. They need They need linebackers. They need defensive tackles. They are crying out for receiver help. And I said this in my mock draft. I think Tet McMillan could go to the Panthers at 8. This is not me trying to massage Kieran's friend's ego here, because he basically turned around and said that he wanted Tet McMillan at the Panthers. But I just think if Mason Graham
how's this?
Go on.
Mel Kiper last week released his final mock end of last week. Mel Kiper went with Jalen Walker. Bucky Brooks released his final mock at the beginning of this week. He went Jalen Walker. I did my final mock this week, Jalen Walker. Both Field Yates and Daniel Jeremiah, who've released their final mocks today, are the two that have gone Membu. They've gone Graham at Michigan, because they've got Jacksonville going for Gentry, which means the Jets take Mason Graham, and that means Carolina take Membu. The guys, including me, who have done the draft sort of late last week, early this week, have got it Graham at 5, Jalen Walker at 8, whereas the guys that have done their mocks today have got it differently, because they're hearing very different things to what we're... I mean... You take you ignore Daniel Jeremiah with at your own peril. So He usually nails about a third of the draft perfectly.
He usually does. So where is it for? But the Bears? I think the consensus pick for the Bears is taking Gentry, but you don't know. This is why the Bears are in the position they're in, because They don't know if the Jags could literally go zigzagging, and they could take Gentry instead of Mason.
I think that's why we've heard in the last 24 hours about the
Bears trading up with us.
The Bears trading with us because they want to be ahead of Jacksonville because no one knows whether Jacksonville are going to now take Gentry or not. So
the problem is that capital is probably going to have to be 2 firsts and 2 seconds to climb up 6 spots.
I don't think it will. I don't think they'll offer us that high based on the value, based on the points value. They, in theory, they could get us fill the gap, the points gap, with their number 41, so their second rounder, and their third rounder. So they could give us a 2 and a 3 this year. So we would have 10, 41, and 64, 65. And they would pick up number 4. I haven't got a problem with that, to be honest. You know, I've had my eye on one of those two because they pick at 39 and at 41. I've had my eye on one of those 2 second rounders for a long time. I've been working out how we can trade with Chicago way months ago because I've had my eye on one of those. I mean, Buffalo have got 2 second rounders, but their 2 second rounders are towards the end of the round.
And that's probably that's probably only going to be any useful if you want to take Edge Jack Sawyer out of Ohio State, maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
I think he's going mid to. I think he could go as early as the second round. I don't think he's a first round player, but the thing is, though, with the draft is that we do know that there are 1 or 2 franchises who will literally blow their load, on a player that's not scheduled to be in the first round. There's going to be someone. Now, if it was someone like a Michael Williams, the edge out of Georgia, I don't think that's a reach. I think he is a first rounder. I just don't think a lot of people are projecting him as one. I don't think that's a reach at all. But say, for example, one of the receivers, say Jalen Knoll goes in the first round. That'll be a shocker. Oh, hello. And here comes our first guest of honor. It's the boss who runs us now.
It's the boss. Oh, quick. Stand by your bed. The boss is here.
Good evening, sir. Welcome to the Patriots Touchback. How are we, sir?
Do you know what? When you called me, I was okay. And then you called me a guest of honor. And now... yeah, good luck getting me through doors tomorrow. My head's now massive.
How have you been, mate? How's life treating you?
Oh, good, man. Oh, good. It feels like I've seen Nick all the time. It feels like I've seen you in weeks. How are you?
All good, mate. All good. Obviously, we just had a little touch base on what we've seen because we've heard news going around the Browns. They're opening for business to trading down. Obviously, the Jags are one of the Jags is the team, not one of the teams, is the team that could potentially be trading up. But me and Nick have just had a discussion on it, and we basically think, why would the Browns trade down, knowing for a fact, or the 2 of their needs is wide receiver and corner? You literally got Travis Hunter sitting in your lap. It just makes no sense unless the Jags are giving up something. Unless they're giving up franchise credibility, I don't know why they would come up for.
It's in this draft. If you're gonna go up to somewhere like 2. What you are going to have to give up to get there is just to take that pick. You've got to give up way too much, and for 3 picks when as you said, the amount of talent that will still be on that board at 5 that will be more than helpful for the Jags it's ridiculous and completely unnecessary.
This comment here, Ashton Gentry could be the man. Oh my! I mean, I'm not against Ashton Gentry. Us taking us at 4. I'm not against it,
I
but we've got much bigger needs. We've got much bigger needs than just running back. We can take a running back in the 3rd round and still end up with an absolute gem.
Yeah.
You know, as much as I like Gentry, but it's just too. That's just too much from too much. You know, if we was competing for a Super Bowl and he was there sitting there and we had capital, then that would be perfect. That'd be fine. But that's not the case where he should be in. Me and Nick have basically spoken about when the draft starts. We probably say 1 to 4 is probably self-explanatory. But then it gets to Jags at 5. That's when the draft starts. What can you? Is there any surprises or any hot takes you think that we might see tonight? Because although the draft is pretty easy to understand, there are going to be some teams that are going to take players who are not 1st round caliber players. I'm not saying that the Raiders will do that. I think they're in a position now where they just got to be smart. So
yeah, I think this year's kind of, I guess, hot take will come with who's this year's Bo Nix. Who's the one who the one person predicted this, everyone laughed at them, and then one day it happens. And last year, if you remember, Karl, when we were doing Hurdle the Line, DJ picked himself, said Bo Nix at 12 to the Broncos, and we all sat there and said there's no way. And then, well, he was laughing at the end of that draft. DJ was laughing at the end of that draft because he was right.
Funnily enough, he was talking about that today. He was talking about that today. He was on I was having a text conversation with him, and he said, "I nailed Bo Nix last year." I said, "Well, living on past glories again."
I think I said on Hurdle the Line, Fletch. I said I think Bo Nix is going straight to the Broncos.
Oh, but I think it was DJ who put it on paper. It was DJ who put it on the line, where the money. He put the money where his mouth was on the bigger scale. When we did our first, I still can't come up with a good name for it, Nick. I still just can't come up with it. But when we did that first snake mock, so it's got to come down with, I think this year's hot take all depends on what the Saints do. The more I go through today, the more I think the Saints are just going to wait out and see who drops to them in the 2nd, or see what QB may fall to them later on, as much as it comes down to a QB. If they took Shador at 9, then I think that the hot take is it Jalen Milroe or is it Jackson Dart that someone flies up into the end of the 1st to get? But now the more I think about it, it's not going to be, we're waiting until pick 21 until that next quarterback's picked. It's going to be Shador. Someone may still come in towards the end of the 1st, but it won't feel as egregious as someone, say, picking in the early 20s rather than picking in the late 20s for one of the other quarterbacks that comes through. My worry, my only question right now is it Jalen Milroe or is it Jackson Dart? I have no idea. Because everyone seems to have different information on who it's going to be. Certain teams are in love with Jackson Dart. Some other teams are in love with Jalen Milroe. So, I don't know.
So I have a question for you, Fletch. Given your allegiance, to the Lions, who is Harbour's favorite Wolverine at 22? Is he going to pick Grant or is he going to pick Loveland? Who's he? If both are on the board, now I admit they both may not be there, whatever, but if they are both on the board and the ex-Wolverine coach has to make a decision between one of his Wolverines, and one of them, I believe he called Kenneth Grant the perfect player, which ex-Wolverine does he pick? Because you are a Wolverines fan as well.
I want to say, Kenneth Grant. I want to say Kenneth Grant. I think it's the most logical pick for them if he falls to that point. But it's one of those questions for me. would you consider Colston Loveland, given positional value and all that sort of stuff, when you throw that into it? Is he BPA if he's still on the board? And for me, the Chargers need help on both of those positions. Both of those positions are positions of somewhat need for the Chargers. I'd take Kenneth Grant, and I would say if I had to put money on it right now, I'd say it's Kenneth Grant. But no buts, Kenneth Grant.
I've got Grant, to be honest. I think he would pick Grant over Loveland, to be honest.
Yeah, I think if they're both on the board, if they're both on the board as best available player, I think he takes Kenneth Grant over Colston Loveland. Personally,
yeah,
I think Loveland is a very good tight end for what he is, but Kenneth Grant, he worked in tandem with Mason Graham at Michigan, and those two were just human wrecking balls. So
yeah,
I would pass. I say Kenneth Grant on that one. Tyler Warren, the Titan at Penn State. Now, it could be a sleeper for the Jets to pick at 7, but I already said this to Nick. It wouldn't surprise me if the Raiders did Raider things and they teamed up with Tyler Warren with Brock Bowers. That's a 12-man personnel nightmare that the AFC West does not want to deal with. And neither do us, actually, because we've got them in the fucking schedule for this season. So I'd rather not see that, to be honest with you.
No, but I mean, put it this way: the Aidan O'Connell's throwing to the both of them, so it's a nasty-looking package, and then it's Aidan O'Connell throwing to them. It's not. It'll be Geno Smith, won't it? It'll be Geno Smith.
It's Geno Smith throwing to them.
I still won't be that worried about that package. It looks scary on paper, and then Geno Smith.
Don't knock Geno. He earned his money. Come on.
To be fair, I want to see what Geno looks. Geno Smith last year was, I think, given a bit of an unfair ride by a lot of people because that O-line was.
Oh, it was shite.
I am almost certain that half of that O-line was on the 49ers payroll. The suspect pass protection was so the pass protection was beyond suspect on numerous occasions, to the point where I was watching a video. It might have been not Brian Baumgartner. Someone was breaking down the O-line, and they were like, "This has to be some sort of secret agent, some sort of spy deal." That's the one. It might have been it might have been him. It might not have been. Brian Baumgartner's only played Kevin from The Office. I don't know.
Oh,
yeah. But it was suspect at the best of times, and I want to see Geno Smith playing playing with a better O-line, and that's the primary thing I'd want to see for someone like Geno. Keep him upright. Stop making him having to run for his life on every other snap.
Yeah, I think we look at the Seattle further down the board. They do need tackle help. I don't want to see it happen, but I can see Josh Simmons end up in Seattle. I can. Where it's positioned right, where Seattle are stuck in that little sweet spot where they are, where there is still talent around them, but they could still go for need or best player available if that was happen.
How's this for Seattle? How's this for Seattle?
Go on.
Given the depth at O-line, interior O-line later on in the draft, and bearing in mind they have 2 seconds, what if they choose to get Matthew Golden at 18, and then in the second round they then pick up their guard?
Well, Gray Zabel.
Because that's the... Well, I don't think Gray Zabel will be there. I don't think Donovan Jackson will be there. Tyler Booker may be there. Otherwise, they're looking at maybe someone like Wyatt Millam, or Tate Ratledge maybe. But this is what I'm saying. Their second need, if you like, after interior O-line is wide receiver. Given the wide receiver depth at 18, if Golden's on the board, what say they take Golden and then address the O-line in the second round?
I just think it's too big a need for them. If you have the guy you're looking at is available on the O-line, I think just no matter what, you just take him. It's too big a need for them. And the way we know that Sam Darnold can produce, let him produce. Just I would be, if I was Seattle, just first round pick. I'd O-line. I can't fathom a world where they take anything else. You get some great depth later on in the draft, of course, but I'd be taking some sort of premium position on their line.
Yeah, I think so too. Possible trades, excluding the ones we've just spoken about. What could be the potential trades that could come up in the first round? Do we see Philadelphia maybe trade up because they've got 20 picks in their next two drafts, this draft and then next year's draft as well. They've got a lot of depth on their squad already, and their starting offense and defense is absolutely ridiculous. So they have a lot of capital to work with. They have a lot of wiggle room to work with. Is there a possibility that Philadelphia could trade up and maybe, because they lost Williams in free agency, could they go up further to say maybe Minnesota at 24 and go and take a?
I think they could
go take a talent. Could they say?
I think they could. I think
where were the Chargers picked?
It's trade partners. It's trade partners. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Right. Whether you are Philadelphia or whether you are the New York Giants and the Cleveland Browns sitting at the beginning of the second round and want to come back into the first, you need a trade partner. We were talking about this with the Patriots earlier this week, and it's finding the right trade partner. Now, I think teams looking at trading out, you've got Minnesota who haven't got many picks. You've got the Rams who haven't got many picks. They are the teams that I think are willing to trade out for pick. So if you are talking Giants and Browns in the second, I think they're probably your two targets. Philadelphia probably have got the second half of the board to play with. I think Cincinnati at 17 could be someone they won't want to trade out the first round, but they're probably willing to trade down. Pittsburgh Steelers, I don't think they'll want to trade out. But again, they've got no second rounders, so they're probably quite happy to trade down and pick up a third. So I think it's finding the right trade partner, and it's those two teams in the Rams and the Vikings that only have 4 picks in the whole draft. They are the trade out guys. They're the guys that are willing to trade out because they've got decent teams. They're set. They just need more picks. It's the other teams that I think Philadelphia are probably going to look at trading with. And so, like I said, I think you've got trade value for Philadelphia. I think you've probably got trade value as high as Arizona at 16, maybe. Certainly the Bengals at 17. I think anyone in that second half window for Philly, yes, they could probably find a trade partner.
Okay, we're about 2 minutes away, and I think we're going to be out 2 minutes away until the Ginger Hammer comes out and says the draft is now officially open. So it won't be too long down the way. Fletch, let's talk about your Lions.
I don't like doing that. I never like talking about the Lions.
Well, you're situated like in the back end of the first round. What is? I'm just looking on the mock draft simulator right now. Where are we? So your needs are what PFF are saying is wide receiver, guard, edge, and linebacker. Who are you eyeing up with the pick that you're currently at right now?
It's a weird one. So I think there's so many variables in how that first, particularly once you hit pick 5 in Jacksonville, when the draft really, like you say, the draft really starts there and then done it. that's where you really set the ball in motion into who's going to fall where. There's so many variables. If edges start coming off the board quick, I just don't know at this point. Just depending on where they go. The guys I've been looking at, you guys. I mean, only a couple of weeks ago, I would have been saying Nick Scowerton was someone who's probably going to be one of the best players available left on the board at that point. Shamar Stewart is someone I fell in love with over the last few weeks, especially. I think he's been absolutely brilliant. But again, I think these are guys that are potentially now going to go sooner rather than later. One thing I would say as far as the Lions go tonight, which would be really great for me, by the way, and I'm sure you guys are set up at pick 4. You can do what I know you're streaming this all night, but if you weren't streaming all night, Patriots pick at 4, your night's done by 1:30. You'd be fine. You can go to bed. Whereas, so I'd love it if potentially we could come up and grab someone. It's something Brad Holmes has done in the past. He's willing to take that shot, come up and get the guy that he really wants if they are really set on someone. Don't necessarily think we have the capital to do it if we want to jump up particularly far, but I think someone like, as you mentioned, the Chargers could be their phone could be one that sees a 313 dialing 313 area code as a call comes through, potentially when they're on the clock. I do think it's going to be an interesting one, though, because, like I say, it's all going to depend on how they fall. Wide receiver isn't necessarily the problem that we think it is. That all depends on, again, do we have the draft capital? Maybe not. But one thing that's been floated around lately is Jameson Williams being used as a potential weight in a trade deal. If Jameson Williams goes, then yes, wide receiver is very much a need. He's our wide receiver 1A, 1B. He's the take the top off kind of guy. We don't have one of them with him out the building. Guard, our O-line definitely needs a bit of work. Our O-line is, we've got some of the key pieces there. Taylor Decker, don't know how long he's got left. Frank Ragnow, don't know how long he's got left. Graham Glasgow, just a chocolate teapot last year at times. It is what it is. And I stand by. You will hear me on, especially on Hurdle the Lion, talk about how, look, I fully believe in just having an O-line, just having your O-line set. You can't have enough good O-line depth. That's great. But I think for me, the big need, if you can consider a big need, is edge. That's where I want us to be. That's where I want us to be going with the first round pick is edge.
So is someone like Karl Ozaruko?
I'd be very, very happy if he fell to us.
Nick, where is he on your board? Ozaruko.
Ozaruko, number 3, behind Mike Green and Abdul Carter.
Okay.
So,
hey, Fletch,
again,
you say about picking at 4 for the Patriots and you picking at the end of the round. Remember, we've done these where we've sat in the whole thing waiting for us to pick at 30 odd, and then Bill Belichick traded out, and you're like, oh, for God's sake, I've just given up halfway back to that.
Yeah, you're wasting my time.
Nothing fills me with enough fear for tonight than something like that taking place, and you get all the way to 4:50 and 4:30 in the morning and going, right, okay, here we are.
Here we go. Roger Goodell is coming out on a fucking bicycle. And the boos are ringing.
So it's a pain. But I will say this, the last couple of years when Brad Holmes has traded up, even to go for 2 first round picks, because we did it with the Jameer Gibbs and Jack Campbell draft. We did it with the Jameson Williams and Aiden Hutchinson draft. I believe it was. They came same draft. It got to a point in the night where I was like, do you know what? I can go to bed now. The Jameson Williams was what it got to pick 10, 11. And I was like, I'll watch the next couple.
Ah, shit, Little Wayne just come out. And Little Wayne just come out on the bicycle.
You're about 30 seconds ahead of me.
Well, I'm on the zone, so I don't know what site you're on.
There's Goodell just come out on the bike for me.
Sky, that's probably why.
Yeah, he's just coming out on the bike for me now. But Karl said that 30 seconds ago, so he's ahead of both of us.
I am also on Sky.
Right. So when he says the draft, he said when the draft is now open, I'll pause it, and then when you say go, I'll then play it, and then we're in sync. By the way, I will not have updates on my phone because it's in sleep mode, so it won't notify me.
Good stuff. But I was saying though, just on that note though, the last couple of years, it's got to pick. I see Jameson Williams, it got to pick 11. I was like, look, last couple of picks, and then I'm going to sleep. And then it comes up on, all right, I'll be like, I'm just going to bed now, and then it comes in. Lions have traded in for this pick. I'm like, well, I'm glad I didn't go to sleep 2 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm. We talk about Ashton Gentry a lot. Let's talk about Amarian Hampton. Is he a potential to be a first-round pick?
Oh, he's going first round.
And I think he's going Denver.
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree. I think when it comes down to the running backs, the real story for me is who goes after them two. And where do they go? Because
I think the thing will be Henderson next out of Ohio State.
Yeah, and I also want to see how high Cam Scatterby ends up going as well.
I think it's potentially he'll go late second.
I'd like to see him do. I'd like to see him do so because I've seen people take him. You know, is having a bit of a wait around on the Saturday still to get a phone call. Whereas, I'd like to see him gone by Friday night.
Lil Wayne gets the highest cheer of all the Packers freaking greats that have been on that one stage.
Was it Monday or last night? I think the question was asked. I can't remember off the top of my head. What gets the biggest boo tonight? Is it Goodell just there?
I asked that last night.
Well, Goodell getting
gets the biggest boo?
Goodell getting booed, or when the Bears come out for their pick, or Minnesota? Which one is it? They just said the Bears still suck, right? Okay. Yeah, I think it's going to be the Bears pick at 10. They get loud boos.
I do love Packers super fan Lil Wayne, and everyone was kicking off a few months ago. He's from New Orleans. Like,
Clay Matthews.
Right. The draft is officially open. Tennessee is now on the clock. Just let me know when you're up to my point.
Yeah.
So, we all know who's going. We all know what it's going to be.
Don't worry, it's in my box. It's in my box already, ready to go, because I kind of know what's going to happen next.
How much of the 5 minutes do they actually take?
Huh?
Hang on.
Tennessee's on the clock. I just heard it.
Yeah.
Okay.
2025 draft is now open. Tennessee, you are on the clock.
Okay, here we go then. Well, listen. We know where this is going to end up going, okay? Because it's Cam Ward, okay, the best quarterback on the ball by a country mile, to be fair. But that just tells you how weak the draft class of the quarterbacks has been this year. They were worried about this last season after we had all these quarterbacks go. This season, they said it will be worse. It'll be Shedeur Sanders and maybe Cam Ward, and that's been it. And that's kind of where it looks like. I mean, you could get some gems. You could get Tyler Shack, maybe Jackson Dart potentially, but there isn't anything else out there, and it is a very, very weak class regarding of quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've been quite high, or I say I've been quite high myself on Jackson Dart the last few weeks, particularly especially since the combine. I've been really high on him since the combine. But it is overall, it feels like a relatively weak class. But I don't think that it's weak in the sense that you don't have the NFL ready talent that we would usually find in any given draft, where you got the guys who you can probably start day one. Last year we had the first three quarterbacks that went off the board. I know Drake May didn't, but he could have started day one. He was ready for the Patriots weren't ready to put him in, but Drake May was probably ready to play day one. This year you just don't have that. I think every single one of these, well, I say every single one, but the first few of these picks are genuinely good players, but they'll need some time in the NFL before they started. I think Jalen Milroe, Jackson Dart, I think even as much as it hurts and disgusts me to say that Will Howard could even be one of those who you put him in a system for a year or two behind someone, let him learn the NFL, let him get used to the NFL. He's a serviceable quarterback in the league. There is quite a bit of that in there. So it's one of those. I don't think it's the lack of talent is a problem. I just think it's the lack of NFL readiness that's the problem.
DJ decided to wake up from his slumber. Good evening, buddy. Hope you're good. Okay. It's still counting down. Still nothing's come through yet. 7 minutes and 6 seconds. They're taking are they going to be absolute dicks and just run the clock all the way down? And I say, yeah, there we go. Now we'll hand the pick in.
What's
You're 10 seconds ahead of me.
I'm 10 seconds ahead of you.
What is the old
right, when it gets to 6:51, I'll then play. Tell me at 6:51.
6:53, 6:52, 6:51.
Right, okay. I think I might be 1 second ahead of you. Might be one, but we're fine. We're up to scratch now, so we're cool.
I think my question is what's the over/under on how long this pick will take?
Oh, I'll probably say.
Oh, they'll stretch it out.
They'll stretch it out because they're dicks. They know who they're taking. They're just. I'll say delaying. Was it time for delaying the inevitable?
The NFL.
No, it's all part of the show. It's part of the show, isn't it? The NFL want them to, they want them to fill the TV time and whatever else. Look, he's on the phone now, but we don't need to see Cam Ward in the green room on his phone because we know who he's on the phone to. But the NFL tell the teams, even if you're going to run your pick in, don't run it in. Leave it for a few minutes. Let the TV do their bit and everything else. Let the show sizzle. So the NFL tell these teams to take their time anyway. So
this has been done before. I know the Lions have been done for it. The regime, Brad Holmes has been told off for running picks in too quickly because you're not allowing the time for, like Nick said, you're not allowing the time for the TV to do their thing, and they need the commercial breaks and all the other different things that go on. Because apparently there was an incident a couple of years ago. I think it was the Hutch draft when they drafted both Hutch and Jameson Williams, where they basically had the problem of the Lions on the clock. They ran in, hand it in, done. We're ready to go.
What's the comp for Cam Ward? Who are we comparing him to at the NFL currently right now? Would you say it's more stock?
Not because he's here, but I would say Jared Goff.
Jared Goff.
Yeah.
Picks in.
I wonder who it's going to be.
I don't have a clue.
The Giants tried to trade up to one. They were going to give the Titans their first round pick for next year to climb up to 1, but they said no, we're not taking it. So Tennessee had 32 sacks in 2024, which was tied 29th in the NFL. They will take edge probably in the second round, more than likely.
I've just seen a comp here for Cam Ward as Baker Mayfield.
DJ said Newton.
What about Ben Roethlisberger?
I've seen that one thrown around a bit. I've seen that one.
Big Ben. Ding dong.
Excuse me. Big Ben. Yeah. You're correct. Big Ben is the bell, not the...
Well, what did you think it was?
I don't know. I was just so ready to correct you on it that then started to get ready to correct you on it, and you were right. So...
Oh.
Here we go.
If this is not Cam Ward, I will be shocked. Let's
Really,
get
a
on with it.
long
Come on.
snapper, eh?
Yep.
There you go, Cam Ward. Karl, we were talking on the college podcast last night about the fact that Bill Belichick's bringing his Tar Heels to Ireland next year. And
I know. I saw that. I saw that.
Yes, I don't need to see Bill again. Oh.
Who are they playing? What was the game? It was against TCU, isn't it?
TCU.
Yeah.
That'd actually be quite a competitive game, to be fair. I don't know who for, but there'll be a competitive game either way.
I'm scarred still.
You're
I'm
still scarred.
scarred.
So you don't want to see Belichick on the sideline.
Well, not Belichick, no. But I'm sure there are people there on the sideline that are in his camp that we'd like to see.
See, number 20 on the board, and he goes number 1. That's need for you.
What's this I'm seeing right here? Why are the Cleveland Browns not on the clock here? Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock.
They've traded up. Jacksonville traded up. Oh, shit the bed.
Wow.
Oh, they have.
You're not going to trade up for anyone else, are you? Wow.
BJ were about 30 seconds behind, so we're trying to stave it away, guys. It's a tradie. Yeah, Jags on the clock. Oh, well, okay, now this is fucking... Okay, the draft. Nope, the draft has started in the second overall pick. The Jags are on the clock. Oh, my days.
What did I say at the beginning? It's not starting till 5. Cleveland Browns are doing this. Cleveland, they're doing that. It's not. There you go.
You're an ass.
Wow.
DJ's just trying to wind you up. We all know
Jags on the clock.
Snapper.
I'm going to keep changing the bloody thing now. It's like a really... No, it's a... No, that'll do.
What did they give up? Do we know?
So what I'm hearing is that it's a second and a fourth rounder this year, and it's the first from next year. That's what Jags have traded up for.
Liam Cohen off to a big start then.
Well, Liam Cohen did say, I think Liam Cohen did say in an interview, if you're going to need me to help Trevor launch, you need to give me the tools. And one of the best tools out there is Travis Hunter.
I still think he's a far better corner.
First next year. First this year. First next year. Did you say the fourth?
Second and the fourth this year.
Mm.
Wow. As soon as I saw there was some sort of trade go down, I looked on the score and it's like there's the ticker at the bottom, and it says Jags MYG New England, and then SCLE Cleveland. It's like, wow. I wonder what Ollie's thinking right now, Fletch. Because Ollie was adamant it was going to be Travis Hunt or Abdul Carr. He wanted either one of those two. So who are they taking at 5 then, if that's the case? Who are they taking at 5?
Mason Graham.
Mason Graham.
Mason Graham, and make all of those Buckeyes have to.
You know what that means then, Nick, don't you? The Pats are going to be sticking at 4. We ain't going to get a trade.
Not necessarily.
Well,
Not necessarily.
Who else is on there? Okay, picks in for Jacksonville.
This will be for Travis Hunter.
Yep.
So then Giants, I assume, take Carter unless somebody trades in for Carter. But Carter is going third. Carter is going third whether the Giants are making the pick or somebody else. And then it's whether Chicago trade in for Gentry. I wouldn't say we're definitely picking at 4 yet.
So realistically, I know you say the draft starts with Jacksonville, but like it's the draft starts at pick 5. No, now the draft starts at pick 4.
The draft starts right now. We're only at pick number 2.
Draft
if I'm an executive in the Bears right now, I am shitting myself because your trade partner could have been Jacksonville. They've traded up with the Browns. Now you are sitting there. Oh, hello. Our other boss man's on the building. Hello, mate. Morning. You all right?
Do I need to turn my
sure.
TV off? Or not?
Yeah, turn your telly off. Because otherwise you're streaming it.
Yeah.
No, it's like that. Can't see.
That's better.
I still think the Bears could trade with us. I really do. I really,
who's going to go after Gentry? What, the Raiders?
Raiders.
If it's not, yeah, the Bears would have to get in front of the Raiders.
If they think the Raiders are going to go for him, which it sounds like they're going to, that's where the Bears need to get in front of him. And Cleveland aren't taking themselves number 5 now, are they? So the only option they've got is the Patriots.
How far are you guys behind? Because my pick's just in.
We're behind. We're trying to stay in sync with each other here. Goodell's just coming out now.
Oh.
Yeah. Put yourself on pause.
I can't. It's live. It's
when he's.
Guy.
Oh, you can't pause it.
No.
Okay, keep it.
You can pause Sky.
No, mine's like you can't.
Oh.
I haven't got my own box. It's like a communal box in the estate. So you can't. Everyone has the same thing.
Roger Goodell's 6 foot. Look at him against him. He's tiny. I still can't get over this, that they've gone up for Hunter. I did not see this coming.
I didn't see this coming either. With that being said, that means this night is going to get a bit more crazy now.
Yeah, I could have seen the Giants going up 1. I could have seen the Giants going up for Hunter. But I didn't see Jacksonville coming up. And this is the thing. Two firsts, a second and a fourth.
They're swapping this year's first.
Yeah, so that's Yeah, in exchange for a first, you're giving up 2 firsts and a second and a fourth, effectively. But, Hunter's... I mean, you're paying for potential, really, not proven. It's like when they, Browns, when Carter was... When Carter had said about wanting to leave, and everyone was saying, well, what's the price for Carter? And it was like at least 3 firsts. Well, I would have thought Travis Hunter's worth that as potential alone.
Yeah, but it depends if he's going CB. I mean, you're giving Lawrence a weapon at wide receiver, but I don't know if he's going to... I think he wants to be a cornerback.
Lawrence will still grow into
fuck it up. But guy's got some weapons now. Thomas, Hunter,
Ryan Thomas and Travis Hunter. Wow,
that's so good. Yeah, looks like Trevor Lawrence. Someone's going to be taken in fantasy.
They got some other wide receiver as well, haven't they?
He looks bouncy. He looks so happy. He
looks do you think he's excited?
He's actually doing a dance. He's literally got he's got the cut of his old man.
I prefer going to the Jags than the fucking Browns, though, to be honest.
Well, they're both perennial failures.
So... 2 cheeks, 1 ass.
That's my face. 2 cheeks on the same ass.
I'm very, very sorry to the people of Jacksonville. That was not fair comparing him to Cleveland.
New York take Carter here.
I would think so.
More than likely.
Well, if they decide fucking...
trade it. Keep an eye on Carolina.
Carolina?
Yeah, because if the Giants are going to trade with anybody, it's going to be with Carolina.
Well, I put Giants on the clock, but it hasn't come up on the NFL thing yet. But I'm getting it ready.
So picks already in for Giants.
Travis Hunter has said, though, that he'd had 0 conversations with the Jags since the Combine.
That's so weird.
I spoke to him.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine though if the Giants was a complete freaking smokescreen of saying we're going to take Abdul Carr, leaving it there, and then they take Shedeur Sanders at 3? This is only just me being, this is it is copium, but
I mean that's the sort of behaviour you'd expect the Jets to do.
Well, I asked DJ the question. Obviously, you wasn't here on Tuesday, Nick, and that was basically: Can you name a head coach in the NFL that's had his job saved by an edge defender?
A job saved.
Silence is golden, is what I'm going to say.
You get a bit more time.
No, there's not one off the top of my head. I mean, I can think of some edge defenders that have made the season for a coach, but not the coach having his job saved by a defender, no. Because, the defenders don't, the defensive line don't save you your job. That's what, So, he is a
Pats on the block.
All right, trade with Chicago. Come on. Trade. We don't want 4. We don't want 4.
The Giants are, it's Giants on the clock at the moment. Or picks in. So yeah, we're going to be on the clock now, aren't we?
Yeah,
we are on the clock. So,
Giants select. Whoa.
Do they trade away? Do they trade away Thibodeau now? Do you think?
No, I wouldn't.
I think they pair up Thibodeau and Carter. I think.
Well, they're paying their other defensive end 15 million a year, so they're not going to leave him off. It'll be Thibodeau that'll will be the one.
We really did screw the pooch of beating the Bills in the final game of the season, because this is now going to hurt us.
I said that.
Well, beating the Bengals in week 1 didn't help either.
We could have had a massive haul from Jacksonville and
Here we go.
what?
Giants select Abdul Carter. Yep. There we go.
Shock
and horror.
You lot about a minute behind. You streaming?
I'm on the zone. I was ahead on the zone. But Nick and
I'm on Sky.
Nick's on Sky, so he's 30 seconds behind me. So I paused it so he could catch up with me. So we're synced together. So our reaction is the same.
And I'm on Sky.
And you're on Sky as well. So that's why these two are now linked up with me. So
Fake Sky.
He's on Sky in air quotes.
well, thank you for admitting what you're doing, Fletch.
I did not admit what I admitted that I'm watching on Sky. I'm watching on Sky.
Oh, fucking keyboard.
Well,
So other than the
Still there.
Question for you guys. No one necessarily predicted we didn't predict the Jags trading up to get into the second pick, but top 3 picks have gone in. As far as plays off the board, this is standard, right? We all expected this. Nothing has shocked anyone.
No.
Okay, here we go. Patriots on the clock.
I wonder if teams are starting to worry that who Browns are going to get, they might have to jump above the Browns and they'll have to trade with us. But
nothing's happened so far.
I don't think pick 5 was something that anyone was particularly bothered with. I think listening to Karl and Nick before as well, the top 5 picks are pretty much maybe set. It's pick 6 that could cause a couple of teams behind the Raiders a bit of headache, and that's where the Bears come in.
Mel Kiper, Ward, Hunter, Carter, Campbell, Field Yates, Ward, Hunter, Carter, Campbell, Daniel Jeremiah, Ward, Hunter, Carter, Campbell, Bucky Brooks, Ward, Hunter, Carter, Campbell. Everyone's going this. The picks are, regardless of what team it is, the picks are the same. So
Exactly.
It's now at Campbell where it could change.
One thing as well, though, I want to say to anyone who's watching in particular, who hasn't necessarily followed the college game, and you're watching these highlights of Abdul Carter come through, if you look at that the Notre Dame game, in those play games, when he looks like he's kind of running, you can see it that he's. That's because he is that good while one-handed, because he was injured throughout those playoffs. One of his arms,
He was, yes.
He was doing something in his arm. He nearly kept him out the playoffs. And yes, he was that good against Notre Dame with one arm as an edge rusher. So if the Giants having him with 2 arms, that's got to be unstoppable. He's a monster.
He was that good, but he wasn't good enough.
On his own.
So,
I just think for any Giant fans in particular, if you look at that tape and think, "Wow, he's that good with one arm," yes, you've got yourself real gem there.
You take away Ward for the fact that he's a QB. You take away the fact that Ward's a QB, and so obviously he's instantly raised higher anyway. Hunter, Carter, if it had gone the other way, you wouldn't have said, "Oh, that's a crime." It's.
Here we go. Pick is in.
Oh, come on down.
Who is it going to be? It's going to prepare for an anticlimactic celebration when it comes to when it's going to be Will Campbell.
If this is Tech-Mac, my screen is going through the wall.
Or Ashton Gentry.
Well, it won't be Ashton. No, everyone was like, it's offensive line and then wide receiver, or it's wide receiver and then offensive line. No, it's not. It's offensive line. If this is anything other than offensive line,
a tackle.
I'm going to put my screen through the wall.
So was the talk of the Bears trading up smoke and mirrors?
More than likely now.
Quite possibly.
Also, actually, that's probably a bit of a weird way. Well, not a legit question to ask. Was it smoke and mirrors, or was it just rumours? As in, sometimes, do you think the Bears had any hand in maybe requesting a team to panic, and by putting it out there that they might trade up and go and get someone to make them go and make a move?
I think you
Yeah,
you might say, I'm not saying this happened, but you've got the DC at the Patriots is the Lions guy, isn't it? The former Lions guy. Mm. So Vrabel might have tapped him and said, "Right, can you get me Ben on the phone?" And they might have said, "Look, we're trying to see what's out. Can we use you as a name, and can we say that Chicago? We're talking to Chicago, and we don't have to commit to anything." And and they agree to use each other in a scenario that might suit, just to drag out and see if anything comes of it.
Yeah, you've got someone ringing you up then and going, "Well, what is Chicago offering? We'll better it."
Yeah,
one of those kind of situations.
So you might have had something like that where the two teams have got together and said, "Well, can we make something work for our benefit?" But it's got to be Campbell.
Yeah.
Is it Will Campbell?
Tackle. Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, now number 5.
I still think it'd be Mason Graham.
It's the first Wolverine coming off the board.
Because what else do Cleveland need? Hang on, I've got Cleveland need here.
Whole new team.
Quarterback, offensive line, defensive end, running back, and wide receiver. Oh, Ashton Gentry, maybe.
Mm.
This is where the Bears may come up. Can you imagine the Browns fucking trading out again?
Well, I
don't know what Raiders are going to do.
They haven't got any picks because they spent them all to get.
Here we go.
Sort of Mr. Immoral.
Yep. There we go. Will Campbell's a Patriot. Confirmed. Do you know what?
Thank God for that.
Yeah. Well, let's just hope he pans out left tackle. But here's the thing: what a lot of people saying, "Oh, he's a guard. He's a guard." Here's the thing: what I'm going to say. Okay, if you get a receiver in the draft and he whiffs, you've whiffed on the receiver. You get a tight end, and if he whiffs, you've whiffed on the tight end. Same it goes with a running back. When you get an offensive, but when you get an offensive lineman plays at tackle, and he doesn't do that particularly well, you do still have the option to kick him inside the guard.
He's got such quick feet. Look at him.
I know he's got. I just love his demeanor as well, and the way he speaks, the way how he makes himself look so professional. That is, yeah.
I like everything about that guy better than Trent Brown. For fuck's sake, Jesus. Fuck's sake. Trent Brown was just a big object that you had to run round, but if you were quick enough, you could run round him. He was that slow. No. See, this is what you do when you're at the thing. You draft for what you need.
You build the trenches. What did Vrabel say? So we're going to rebuild the trenches. He started on the defensive line. Now he's working on the offensive line in the draft. So don't at all be surprised if we do. We're going to take at least. I'll always say we'll take one more tackle. We'll take another. And we'll take a guard with the remaining 8 picks that we got left.
Yeah, we'll take a guard, I think.
Can you imagine Will Campbell and
You look a knob with that chain, mate.
Fuck, he's really emotional. I think he really wanted to come here, you know. He's like crying and shit.
I said it once, I said it again. It's a good chance he's going to end up going to. Oh, can you imagine Ted McMillan falling to 12 and going to the fucking Cowboys?
That's what I've got him doing. I've got Ted Mac going to the Cowboys. This is either Ashton Gentry or Mason Graham.
He's tearing up.
Yeah, he's crying. What was that other guard that was on the PFF?
It's one of them though. As much as he probably did want to go to the Patriots, but at the same time, what people I think no one really forgets it, but I don't think some people focus on it enough. All 32 guys who are going to have their names said today have just had their entire lives that they've worked for. Their whole dream has just been achieved. And what they've worked for now since they were in middle school, every practice, every game, everything that they've done has now been worth it because they are now an NFL player. That has got to be something.
Pick in.
Picks in for Browns.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to sit through this one, and then I'm going to have to jump off, guys. It's been brilliant.
Are you doing your one, Fletch?
No worries.
On your one? Did you not end up doing one?
I might jump. I'm going to jump in Discord for a little bit, but I've just seen a wild Mrs. Fletch roam. And a
Did she know you are guest of honor?
There are much better ways you could have actually have described that, Fletch, but I get your point.
and dagger wife looks have been sent my way. Because my setup is in the bedroom, so she's trying to sleep. But yeah,
who are they going to take?
Mason.
But I do really want to see who this one is, and I want to kind of go through it a little bit first.
I say for a fact right now, if they take Ashton Gentry, Nick Chubb is going to be pissed.
I think Chubb is done
because he's a free down back.
Yeah, I wonder if in the second.
Yeah, here we go. Browns are taking. Who are they taking?
Donovan Jackson, Trapilio, that's Severino, whatever his name is. I reckon we might go for them.
Here we go. Who are they taking? They're taking Mason Graham out of Michigan. He's a Brown.
Go blue.
Here we go.
The Browns fans are welcoming a Wolverine. Yeah, now you know how we feel when we draft an Ohio State guy. Yeah, it's not nice, is it? It ain't fucking healthy. It's not healthy.
Well, to be fair, they did it a couple of years ago with Mike Sanistrell, didn't they? It happens, unfortunately.
That's true. That's true.
But from Go Blue to Pro Blue, go on.
Like we said yesterday, he's dead now. He's dead to us now. He's on,
Right. Listen, right. No, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you this. Browns fans should be absolutely buzzing, right?
Yeah.
It should be.
Delighted.
Because he doesn't lose in Ohio.
Fair point, yeah.
That is a very fair point. Hang on, but where's the
No,
whole?
good thing. All streaks must come to an end, though.
But whereabouts is the shoe in Ohio? Whereabouts is
Columbus.
Which is what, north?
North, yeah.
Is that so? Where's Cleveland?
That's on. It's on Lake Erie, so it's on kind of the.
Oh, it's on the same
Northeast.
side.
Yeah.
Northeast. Okay. Okay.
So that's a little tidbit I want to leave with everyone. The Browns might not lose in Cleveland for a while because Mason Graham doesn't lose in Ohio.
Well, not when he's wearing blue, anyway.
We have no other data to go off. So at the moment, we can only go off a 100% win percentage in Ohio. Although that video of him this year after the game calling Ohio State words I will not say on this podcast for the sake of yourselves. Yeah, it may have to be redacted or retracted at some point.
Top 5 picks have gone as we expected.
Mm-hmm.
Joke's already out.
So, DJ, that's cold.
Wow.
That's cold. Wow.
Joke's
Oh,
already out.
wow. You evil bugger.
Raiders picks in. I wonder if there's Tech here instead of Gentry.
No, it must be. Surely, Gentry. Sure.
I mean that deserves at least a bit of some time in the sim bin for you because I've just read that.
Yeah, boy.
Do you know what? Actually, no. This is the last thing I'll leave you with. How weird is it to see Pete Carroll in a war room again?
Mm-hmm.
That's not a Seahawks one.
He's not. He's certainly not a pancake eating MFer anymore.
I rewatched it. Well, I watched it when I got home from work today, just
Gentry.
for tradition. And still,
Pick us in. Who are the Raiders taking? Is it going to be Gentry? Because he's there now for the taking.
What did Clay Matthews do at the beginning, by the way? I've missed that part. Everyone's commenting about it.
He raved about Donald Trump.
Here we
Made
go.
himself look
God.
There we go. There we go.
There we go.
Ashton Gentry goes a Raider.
Mm-hmm.
You poor
Right.
bastard. That's what I'm going to say.
I reckon that's a really good fit, though, for him.
I'm 6 for 6 already.
I'm happy for him because he was so good this year and obviously didn't get the Heisman, which I still stand by. Deservedly went to Travis Hunter. But all I saw from him not long later was his draft stock seeming to fall, and the further he went down, he was going past 10. And I'm happy that he's managed to not just make himself into the top 10, but 6th overall is really. I'm happy for him.
I mean, we talked on the college pod about you can only play who's in front of you, and the fact is that at Boise State he didn't play as many big D teams as he did as soon as he walked into the playoffs and they came up against Penn State. You know, someone like Abdul Carter and what have you, he really struggled against that elite defense. Yeah. So, you know, we talked about that, and I think that's probably what contributed to his stock falling after the, you know, during the playoffs and after Christmas, was because everything that was in the forefront of people's mind was the fact that he just hadn't been able to do it against a decent defense.
Yeah. Well, with that in mind, lads, I'm going to love you and leave you. Enjoy the rest of the draft, and hopefully, I'll catch it at some point with you later on this evening.
Yeah, catch you later. Just drop in when you want.
Will do.
Right, mate. Membu here.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah. The only outside chance is Tyler Warren, but I think it's Membu, to be honest.
Picked in.
So
Mike Garofalo has just tweeted out, Kayvon Thibodeau welcomes Abdul Carr to the Giants. A few minutes later, GM Joe Shine says they're picking up Thibodeau's 5th-year option. You truly can't have too many pass rushers.
Makes sense.
Might have spelled his name wrong. I do apologize.
Barring, I just want to claim right now, barring the fact that Cleveland and Jacksonville swapped, the first six players, I am 6 for 6. Yet Mr. Daniel Jeremiah is only 5 for 6.
What is it? Just a battle between you and Daniel Jeremiah? Is it? What?
Well, you know, he beat me. He beat me by 3 picks last year, so I have every intention of beating him this year. So I only play against the best, Daniel Jeremiah and Mel Kiper. That's where I am. That's my sort of.
So the bot fumble will put their pick in. It should be our man Membu, the right tackle out of Missouri.
Guy's a beast.
Can you? Someone just cracked my eye. Can you imagine if the Packers are on the clock with their pick, and all of a sudden Aaron Rodgers announces that he's retiring or he's signing with the Steelers just to fucking piss on the Packers chips? That's the ultimate cockwomble move by Aaron Rodgers. It really would be.
It's like when he was on when he was on Pat McAfee last week, and he's there, and look, we are all Patriots fans here, so we're not fans of the Jets, but he came on and he started slagging the Jets off and everything else, and it's like, give your head a wobble, mate. How old are you? And he's on there talking about, because he goes on about how, I flew over on my own dime all the way to New York just for them to tell me they didn't want me. Yeah, if they'd run you and told you that, you'd have turned around and said, they didn't even have the guts to tell me face to face. They told me on the phone. So come on, they can't win either way. You're just being a prick. So, but I do hate Aaron Rodgers. I think he's a fucking knobhead. But so, like I said, I think this is Membu, but on the outside chance it could be Tyler Warren.
So the Patriots did not receive any offers.
I've got
for
4 names on the blocks already to go through. So I've got Kelvin Banks, Tyler Warren, Tutorial McMillan, and Arlen Membu.
Yeah, Membu's gone. Dead.
Stop giving it away, you knobhead.
You lot are behind. Yeah, so it says here that Patriots Warren did not receive any offers for the 4th overall pick. They would have entertained something if someone would have called.
Oh, so it was all bullshit then.
Probably.
For the last month or so. Oh, we could be trading up, and now we're nothing.
This is some geezer from Pulpit.
Okay, here we go.
Membu.
Yep, there we go.
Membu.
I hate to really say this. I hate to say this, but the Jets now have 2 very good tackles.
Yeah. It's a pity about their interior, but
yeah.
No, I mean, I still expect the Jets to fuck it up. How they would normally do.
Who's their QB? Is it Fields, is it?
Justin Fields. Yeah. He can't throw the ball down the field deep.
With no Mason Graham on the board, I would expect this to be Jalen Walker.
Yeah, Jalen probably is not a bad option.
Or they trade out, because I don't think they...
No, Carolina have got big problems.
I thought they might have gone Will Johnson here for some reason.
Okay, Panthers on
the only other person I can think it might be, if it's...
That was quick. Kicks in.
Could be Walter Nolan, but I think it'll be Jalen Walker.
Linebacker out of... I'm going to throw this keyboard out the window in a minute.
But looking at looking at sort of further afield, when you think that across everyone's draft, whether it be Kuiper, Jeremiah, Yates, or Brooks, there's only two wide receivers being taken this round.
That's
in
Tetmack and Matthew Golden.
Tetmack and Golden, which
Fuck.
means there are so many wide receivers going into the second round. And when you think that
Panthers have made a
when you think that, say, for example, Cleveland and the Giants will probably be after QBs, Burden, Booker, Ayamana will be up there. Jaden Higgins. There's a good chance Jaden Higgins will fall to us.
What would you rather? Would you rather Egbuka or would you rather Jaden Higgins?
Higgins. We've got an Egbuka because that's what Diggs does. Egbuka. Egbuka does it better, but Egbuka's like your Diggs guy, and you've got a slot guy, a speed guy anyway. So it's that Z guy that you need, and that's what Higgins can do for you. So,
we're in advertisement break right now.
All right.
But we are a quarter of the way through the draft. We are a quarter of the way through the first round. So we're getting there. And it's 2 a.m.
3.
At your time, it's 3 a.m.
No, that's because you're Spanish today, Rick.
More Spanish.
Depends what day it is. He changed his mind.
Yeah. We're doing this again, are we?
And then we win.
If it helps,
sorry, he caught us straight.
If it helps,
straight there. I apologise.
No, by the time we finish, it'll be 6. By the time we finish, it'll be 6:30 in the morning his time. He'll be making fucking omelets. So it's just...
I'll be going to work. No, I'm not staying on that long. I'll stay about another hour.
I'm quite surprised. I'm quite surprised that his TV feed's ahead of us. I thought Gibraltar was less developed.
Nah, we're in
I thought they were still in the Stone Age.
No. You lot are the ones behind.
Here we go. Who are the Panthers say? You
This
say
is going to
Jalen
be a
Walker.
defender.
You say
I
Jalen
think it's
Walker.
going to be Jalen Walker. Yeah.
I think it's going to be
No,
Ted
no,
McMillan. I think it's going to be Ted McMillan. They desperately need receiver help.
I had them down as Will Campbell. Will Campbell.
If they go wide receiver, that's against everything that everybody has been talking about.
Will you hurry up and put the pick in?
They've already put it in. Here we go.
Oh, that time.
I said it's all about the show. It's all about the TV.
Yeah. And the booing. Here we go. Told you! Told you!
Wow.
That means Kieran's mate is going to be absolutely buzzing. Absolutely buzzing. So, yeah.
Who's next? Oh,
The
is this where
Saints.
Sanders goes or what?
Jalen Walker, Tyler Warren, Kelvin Banks are on the board still. So, it's a shame he's going to an organization that's a bit in the shit, but
Yeah, rock bottom at the moment, I think.
That's the first one I've got wrong, but everybody has got it wrong. So I'm all right. I'm still beating Daniel. I'm all right. Oh.
okay. Saints are on the clock now. Where do they go? What do the Saints need in that?
The Saints need
running back, wide receiver, D-line, and probably quarterback after we've heard that Derek Carr might be needing surgery. So
yeah, I've got quarterback, cornerback, offensive line, wide receiver, and defensive line.
Could be Jalen Walker. Maybe
Jalen Walker. Could be Will Johnson.
Will Johnson to the
Shedeur
Saints. That would be a nice pick, actually, to be fair.
Pick us in.
This is where we got different because Mel Kiper's gone Shedeur Sanders, Field Yates, and Daniel Jeremiah have gone Jalen Walker. Bucky Brooks has gone Will Johnson.
And you?
Walter Nolan. Don't really laugh at me. I'm winning at the moment.
I wonder if Warren goes here.
It wasn't a contest to see who can get the most fit. Well, if you want to battle yourself with Daniel Jeremiah, then you can die on
I
that
am
hill.
battling them all. I'm taking them all on.
He thinks he's DJ, he thinks he's fucking Thanos all of a sudden. Well,
I am inevitable.
I think it's Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, it could be.
Oh, okay. So from what I'm hearing from Rappaport, it sounds like the Saints are more interested in Shock or Jackson Dart. So it might not be. It might not be Shedeur Sanders after this. Oh, hang on. I don't like that. Don't say a word. Don't say a word. Don't say a word. Don't say a word.
Sanders to the Giants, I bet.
What, in round 2?
Oh, at the end of round 1. I reckon he already knows it as well.
If he doesn't go to the Saints here, he's going to drop all the way to the Steelers at 21.
Yeah. And how's this, for example? Shedeur Sanders gets selected by the Giants. Daboll loses his job at the end of the year, and the Giants bring in
His dad. His old man.
Not saying I can read history, but
Right, here we go. Oh, okay.
Kelvin
Kelvin
Banks.
Banks. Wow. Okay.
I like it.
That's actually a savvy pick by the Saints.
I'm so glad we didn't take him though.
What, you didn't like Kelvin Banks?
It's not that I didn't like him, but he was my fourth choice tackle. He was my fourth rated tackle, and I just feel that like he gets pushed over easily. You know, he's very easily thrown to the ground, especially by, you know, it says there balanced pass pro. Yeah, but against the run, right? He especially against the bigger guys, he was pushed over a lot.
And there's a lot of big guys in the NFL, especially when you're in the NFC. Okay. Bears are on the clock. Now this gets interesting now. So where did the Bears go? Where do the Bears go? Do they take best player available?
Tyler Warren.
You think it's going to be Tyler Warren?
I think it's going to be Tyler Warren. Because I had them down for three positions. Either taking Gentry, obviously gone, Tyler Warren, or a defensive end. So with Gentry gone, it's either Tyler Warren or a defensive end. And I think with Ben Johnson being the attack-minded, you know, coach that he is, I think he's going to go Tyler Warren and go for it.
Bears likes Loveland better than Warren, but I might be wrong.
See, well, just while we're waiting for this pick to come in, I had Tennessee's first need was QB, and they dealt with that first need. Jacksonville, I had cornerback as their second need and wide receiver as their fifth need. Well, obviously, they've sort of dealt with half of each with their pick.
Okay, so
Cleveland.
Sorry, just a quick breaking news has come through. The NFL has just announced that the schedule will be released on May the 14th. So let's keep that penciled in our diaries for that. 14th of May. That's Monday. Hang on. No, it ain't. That's a fucking lie.
Week on
Sorry.
Monday. No?
It's Wednesday.
2 weeks away. 3 weeks.
2 weeks away. Yeah, 3 weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks on Wednesday.
Pick. Oh my god. The Bears pick. Oh my god.
Have you seen it already? Oh, you have, haven't you?
There's a Bears dude in my Twitter photo. It's like, oh, if Ryan Pauls will trade up and go and get the next person, he will go get him. He will go get him. He will go get him. No, they didn't get him, bruv.
I take it by DJ going, oh my God, the Bears pick. It's not what we expected.
Nope.
Yeah, just touching back. Tennessee and New England both dealt with their first needs. Jacksonville dealt with their second. Cleveland and the Giants dealt with their third. Jets dealt with their first. New Orleans dealt with their third. So,
yeah, someone's put Campbell at 4, Member at 7, Banks at 9. Offensive tackles going early. Premium position.
Yeah.
I don't think Josh Simmons is going to last to Houston.
Much.
Josh Simmons might go to San Francisco at this rate.
So, last Thursday, Mike Vrabel and Patriots staff traveled to Baton Rouge and met with Will Campbell. Vrabel ran a workout and wore a blocking pad over his chest. Campbell punched him square in the chest, knocking Vrabel on his ass. He won Vrabel over with that.
Fucking hell, they love to drag this show on and on. It's just so long.
I know.
Talking about Walter Payton.
Yeah.
So who are the Bears going to take? You don't think they'll go for Amari and Hampton, would you? Let's have a look.
They need a running back.
Could do. Right, here come the booze.
Oh my word! Oh, the first time off the board. Okay.
It's not Tyler Warren.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay, that's the first shocker of the night.
Oh. I mean, I was right with tight end. I just had the wrong one.
Don't say that to the other half. Christ. Colson Loveland, Titan out of Michigan. Shut up, DJ.
I ain't even responding to that. I'm not responding to that. I'm not even giving it the airplay.
Late reaction, but yeah, I got it at the end.
Well, yeah, that is the first one we've had all game. Colston Loveland, Titan out of Michigan.
That's the first one that shocks me.
Yeah. But then I did say this, though, that I thought they would have gone for Tyler Warren, but maybe that's what who's the other Titan that they got out of? Who's the Notre Dame Titan they picked a while back?
Komet.
Cole Komet. We still have Cole Komet.
Yeah, but I don't think he's
Two
a
tight end
Johnson
sets,
type.
though, aren't they?
Mm.
They're going to go two tight end set.
Who's on the board now?
49ers are on the board.
Oh,
San Francisco are on the clock.
I wouldn't surprise if Simmons goes here.
Could be Simmons, could be Walter Nolan,
No,
could be Will Johnson, could be Gray
Williams on
Zabel.
his last year. Williams.
Trent Williams has got this year left, yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. Even if he's still recovering from this injury.
So a 49ers fan I spoke to earlier today, he said his favorite one is Mike Green, but his allegations is a bit of an issue. He says if it's not him, he'd rather Mason Graham or Nolan. Well, Graham's gone, so let's see.
San Francisco's first need I've got down is defensive line. Second need, defensive end. So
Picks in for the 49ers.
I hope this doesn't happen. What I'm just reading, but Who did you say?
I
49?
think,
Nick?
you what, sorry?
Who did you say 49ers are going?
I said they could go defensive line, defensive end, offensive line, running back, cornerback.
I think Will
So you're
Johnson.
talking sort of.
I think Will
Walton-
Johnson would be a decent pick if they go corner.
Yeah, Will Johnson, Walter Nolan, Josh Simmons, Gray Zabel, Mikael Williams.
I already know who it is.
All those.
Bit of a shock, but fits.
What is he? Defensive tackle or is he a defensive end? Walton Nolan.
Walter Nolan's a defensive tackle.
Defensive tackle, thanks.
My Twitter feed is quicker than my fucking Sky.
Sounds about right. Okay, so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 5 players on my box right now. I mean, the Cowboys need a lot. What do the Cowboys need?
Yeah.
Running back, receiver, guard, and edge.
Everyone on Twitter is going on about the fact that the baby on Kelvin Banks has picked the baby threw up on the
That's what I just
on the toilet. Oh.
Here we go.
There we go.
Oh, wow. Whoa.
I think it's a good pick.
Okay.
That's a decent. They did need defensive line, so that's a decent pick.
Yeah.
Pairing him up alongside Nick Bosa. Oh, crap. That's made the 49ers pass rusher more back to their deadliest. Wow.
Let's see Dallas who they're
6'5", 260. Great upside. Dominates point of attack. Raw pass rusher.
Who's Dallas's tight? Oh, they might need because that guy retired, didn't it?
Wow.
They might need a
Angelina Ortiz has put nice, cool D-line. Yeah, that's a fairly good pick for the 49ers. Fairly good pick at all. Yeah, that's a good pick there by the Okay, we must now begin the suffering of, well, this slot. Cowboys are on the clock.
Well,
pick's already in.
Knowing what Jerry's like.
Oh, that's a good pick.
Knowing what Jerry's like.
Pick. They did it really quick. Or was it me?
Who are the Cowboys going to take?
Oh, they need a wide receiver. They need a running back. They're my two favorites.
Here we go.
It's either Amarian Hampton or Golden.
Hang on. Oh my God!
Wow!
Wow!
Decent pick though for their needs.
Well,
after Martin.
Zach Martin.
Yeah.
Yeah, play Zach Martin. Wow. And I didn't have that down as one of their top 5 needs either.
It's a good pick.
The first.
Wow.
That's
the first big shock.
That is a big shock. It's the Cowboys. What do you expect?
I mean,
he's actually running to the podium. He's actually running, grabbing his hat.
I think they've overreached big time.
They've overreached this one badly. They have.
So
Miami's on the clock now. Now this gets simple. Miami gonna take freaking Will Johnson. Guarantee you.
Yes. I would expect so, yes.
Yeah, because of the Ramsey situation.
So just an update. I just want to give an update. Having gone 7 for 7 in the first 7 picks, I have now gone 0 for 5.
For 5.
I got 7 in a row, right? And now I've just got 5 in a row.
You are not taking Daniel Jeremiah's job anytime soon, mate. So,
but I would like to say the 5 in a row that I've got wrong, everyone's got wrong. Everyone, I think, has got it all wrong. Field Yates has got one right. But yeah, Field Yates has got one of the 5 wrong that I've got. Field Yates got right, but other than that, everyone's got the 5 wrong that I've got wrong. So I'm still ahead. Well, I pride myself in getting my draft right. I'll have you know. I spend that much time watching college football. I should get it right.
So the next 2 picks should be Miami, should be Will Johnson. Then it's Indianapolis. They'll then take Tyler Warren. And then Atlanta, Jalen Walker. Atlanta have got to take Jalen Walker.
I've said that. This is fit.
Or Walter Nolan. They could take one of those 2. And then Arizona can pick and choose, really.
Well, are we assuming Dolphins are taking Johnson?
I'm gonna. I think so. Yeah.
You've got to assume then the Colts take Tyler Warren.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Atlanta's gonna be defense, I would think. But they probably need a defensive end, someone like Mike Green, maybe.
I've got Walker.
Well, they need so much defensive help, defensive end, defensive line. So it could be Mike Green, could be Jalen Walker, could be Jihad Campbell.
Who's that? Cincy?
Could be Walter Nolan. No, that's Atlanta. They are going defensive side of the ball because they used all of their interviews at the combine were on defensive-minded players. They didn't interview a single offensive player. All 138 interviews you get.
My Dolphins are on the clock. I'm going to make another coffee, so hold the thought.
I'll hold the thought. Okay. Oh.
All the other top wide receivers are still on the board. I wonder if we do come up for someone.
I hope it's not Egbuka.
No, I don't like any.
I know what you say, but me and Karl were saying earlier, we don't need an Egbuka because we've got Stephon Diggs that does the same job. You don't need someone like
someone like Higgins
or Manior or Besh because you've got slot receivers. You need that Z guy, and that's what Jaden Higgins does.
What about Golden?
So,
was he slot?
Golden's
was
going
he?
to be gone. He's Golden. Golden's another Egbuka, basically. He's another X guy. But I wouldn't want to. I'm all for, maybe trading up a pick or 2 in the second just to ensure we get Higgins. But I wouldn't want to spend. To come back into the first.
If we can get him at second.
Because I was saying earlier, when you think that like the Browns need a QB, Giants need a QB, Saints need a QB, although they're behind us. Vegas are in front of us. They need a wide receiver. Jacksonville are in front of us. They've just taken a wide receiver, so they're not going to take one. So the chances are, I think Jaden Higgins could fall to us where we are.
I've seen Trey Harris name flying around as well. I wonder if Dolphins go fucking someone like Warren. Who? Wow. Dolphins, they're the Dolphins thing.
Who've Dolphins got? Oh, yeah.
They got
Take it
for
it's not Will Johnson then.
Kenneth Grant.
They've gone Kenneth Grant, have they?
Michigan. Defensive tackle.
Yeah. Mm. That is very interesting.
And Colts already done their pick. Fucking hell, that was
That'll
quick.
be for Tyler. That'll be for Tyler
Tyler
Warren.
Warren. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well. 0 for 6.
There we go.
I need to end this. We need to sort this losing streak out, boys.
Penn State.
Wow. Oh, okay. Kenneth Grant defensive tackle to Michigan.
Yeah.
I know.
I don't mind. I don't mind my Wolverines going to, Ohio-based teams in the NFL. I haven't got an issue with that. What I do have an issue with is my Michigan players going to fucking rivals of the AFC East. That's what I can't stand, because now we got to face this fucker twice a year.
I had him down at 22 going to the Chargers.
It's a reached for me.
So that means Jim Harbaugh's not going to get any of his Michigan boys.
No, Loveland's gone.
Loveland's
Grant's
gone. Kenneth
gone.
Grant's
Graham's
gone. Mason
gone.
Graham's gone.
Edwards.
Donovan Edwards. He'll either be a 7th rounder or a UDFA.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's a big boy as well.
People saying that Nolan,
he is a big boy.
That Nolan is better than Grant.
No, he's not.
Nolan is just dropping it. Colts have gone Warren.
Colts on the clock. Nope, they're not.
Picks are coming in really quick now.
Yeah.
Colts have gone Warren.
Yeah. Atlanta's picks already in as well. Fucking hell.
Two, three, 4, 5, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. Who am I missing?
I reckon Jaden goes here.
Yeah, this could not fall to the Indianapolis Colts any sweeter. This couldn't.
Yeah. 100%.
Here we go.
Tyler Warren.
Yep, there we go.
Guy reminds me of Gronk.
Yeah, he is a Gronk type.
Yeah. I just don't trust their quarterback.
There's a certain catch, and they said that's illegal in the Turkey Bowl. Yeah, this is a mini Gronk.
So sorry, who did the Dolphins take in the end?
Kenneth Grant.
Yeah.
Right. And then the Colts have just taken Tyler Warren.
Yep.
Still only one trade.
Arizona on the clock now.
Okay, Falcons are on the clock.
I've got them taking Mike Green.
Mike Green.
Yeah. I did have him a bit lower. He's my second highest defensive end. I did have him lower down and Shamar Stewart higher up. But the more we got to this week and the less that had been said about his extracurricular activities, let's say, the more I assumed it wasn't going to be that big of a deal. And so I moved him back up again. But looking here, Mel Kiper, Mike Green, Field Yates, Mike Green, Daniel Jeremiah, Jalen Walker, Bucky Brooks, Mike Green, me, Mike Green. Don't let it be Jalen Walker. I really don't want to. Oh, I can't have Daniel. Daniel Jeremiah is on a slide like I am. Don't let him hold it before me.
Who you got Atlanta taking?
Mike Green.
Mike Green, and he's got Jalen Walker.
Yeah.
And he's got Jalen Walker.
I mean, it's about as a blatant, obvious pick as it's going to get.
Well, four out of 5 have gone with Mike Green. 4 out of the 5.
I mean, if the Falcons don't take Jalen Walker, the city of Atlanta will just riot.
So much bant going around saying Atlanta are going to pick Sanders.
Nah.
No, they're going defense.
They got Penix.
Yeah, that's just a wind up because they picked Penix last year.
Oh.
Atlanta are taking their time with this one.
No, I think on my thing, I'm pretty sure it was in, and Arizona on the clock.
Well.
Oh no, they're still on the clock.
2:35 left. Yeah, they're taking their time with this one, Atlanta. They're not quite sure about this.
Either that or they're talking to somebody about a trade.
There's still 1 minute to go, if not.
Right, so if they're talking trade with somebody, who do you think they're going to trade with? Argument's
They're
sake.
looking at trading. No, they're not. No one's on the phone, and they're like.
As I
looking
said,
at their
keep an
phone
eye on
to say,
Philadelphia.
Okay,
That is a
high
bit.
as I would expect.
That is a bit of a reach jump, though, considering the fact that you've got where are we on the banners? Because you've got Jalen Walker, you got Will Johnson, you got Walter Nolan, you got Mike Green, you got Jaheed Campbell, Donovan Ezeraku, Josh Simmons is still on the board as well. James Pierce Jr. was on the board still as well. Mario Hampton. But they won't take a running back. Trey Amos, maybe.
I wonder if the clock runs down and they don't pick.
They lose their pick and it moves
They lose
over.
their pick.
So if they don't pick, Arizona jump above them. Arizona go on the clock, and Atlanta have to.
They're not even on the
Arizona
phone yet. They're not even on the phone to the person.
Yeah, pick us in now.
They may have done it already.
Pick us in.
Picks in, is it?
Atlanta's top need is defensive end. Their second top need is offensive line. Defensive line, cornerback, offensive line, and safety. So are they going edge or are they going interior? So it's either someone like Mike Green or Jalen Walker or Walter Nolan, someone like that. Oh, Walter Nolan here. Covers defensive tackle and covers linebacker. That could be quite a pick. That could be a good pick for them.
Pick us in. Okay, here we go. Their last 4 drafts in the first round, they've took Kyle Pitts, Drake London, Bijan Robinson, and Michael Penix.
All offense.
All offense on the offensive side of the ball.
Kyle Pitts choked, didn't he? He's done nothing, Kyle Pitts.
I think he's in the wrong team.
Ooh. Right. So my three guys are Walter Nolan, Mike Green, or Jalen Walker. Can't you see now, old git?
Jalen Walker.
Cheers. Fucking Jeremiah, bastard.
He doesn't have to travel far then, does he?
Okay, here we go.
Local boy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Told ya. That is so obvious. Okay, so Jalen Walker is off to Atlanta. Well, he stays in Atlanta. But you know what? You know what I mean. He's up the road. He's up the road.
Low cost moving fee.
Very low cost moving fee. Okay, Cardinals on the clock. I'll keep the same color because it's roughly the same. Anyway.
Oh. There we go. I can't decide. I can't decide where Arizona are going to go now.
What do Arizona need? Guard, defensive line, and corner. Will Johnson. No point taking a guard
maybe.
here.
Yeah, it could well be.
It could
Or
be
Jade Barron would.
Walton Nola, maybe.
I would. No, I think if they go corner, they might pick Barron just because he suits their scheme better. Johnson's a man-to-man guy, whereas Barron's a lot more zonal, and they like to play the zone scheme. So
there's loads of people.
If they go corner, don't be surprised if they pick Barron rather than Johnson.
Jardy Barron.
They might still pick Johnson. I'm not, I'm just saying the scheme fit for their defense might suit Barron over Johnson. Top 9 players in Daniel Jeremiah's best available have all gone.
The only thing I could potentially hope for, where are we now? We're at pick 16. We still got a long way to go yet in this round.
Halfway.
We're halfway. So the next one you got Cincy. They'll have the pick of any defensive line players. They need defense. They need defense all throughout this draft. Then you got Seattle. That's probably where you're probably going to see Josh Simmons go.
Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if Matthew Golden goes there.
What to Seattle?
Yeah, but then again, I wouldn't be surprised if Arizona picked Matthew Golden now. Yeah, like I said, I'll go back to what I said earlier in the stream. There is a chance, given the guard depth later on in the draft, it wouldn't surprise me if the Seahawks choose to deal with that guard spot in the second round and go with Golden here in the first round. So not saying they will, I'm saying they could.
Select. Poor fucking hell. None of what you people are saying.
Oh, okay. Be interesting what they've gone for.
Right. So they haven't gone defense. Have they gone Gray Zabel?
No, they've gone defense, yeah. But I don't think
they've gone defense.
They've gone defense, but they haven't gone
not the name mentioned, I don't think.
Right. So what? You got Walter Nolan, Mike Green, Jade Barron, Jihad Campbell, Malachi Starks. Have they gone safety?
No, it is one of those you just mentioned.
Really.
Well, we're going to find out now anyway, so shh.
Walter Nolan.
Oh, yep. Oh. They've just brought they got in Walton Nolan, but they brought in Calais Campbell in the off-season, in free agency.
Yeah, but we don't know if he's gonna.
Okay.
It's definitely in his last legs now.
That's a fairly standard pick. That's a fairly standard pick. But where does that now leave Cincinnati? Where does that leave Cincinnati now?
Well, Cincinnati need
Everything on defense.
defensive end, safety, linebacker, offensive line, and cornerback.
So could they go for Starks in this one?
Well, I would say you've got
Barron, I reckon.
You've
Barron.
got Jihad Campbell, you've got Will Johnson, you've got Jade Barron, you've got Shamar Stewart, you've got Donovan Ezeraku. They're all possibilities.
Pierce.
Right.
Junior.
Just a quick update. Having got the first 7 right, I've now got the last 9 wrong. Oh, I had such a good start as well. Need to stop this slide now. I feel like Arsenal.
We should have prepped this better, really. Just for the first round, we should have prepped this better. $5:41 to go on the clock here for Cincy.
How far is Will Johnson going to drop?
Who needs corner?
Is he not coming off a massive injury as well?
He is coming off an injury, yeah. But again, I had him at 13.
Yeah.
Bucky Brooks had him at 9. Daniel Jeremiah had him at where is he? Can't even see him there.
Kickers in for Cincy.
Field Yates had him at 13. Mel Kiper had him at 11. Daniel Jeremiah hasn't got him on his first. Wow. I didn't notice that.
What do you think he's going to drop to the second round?
According to Daniel Jeremiah, he will do.
Fucking steal that.
No, for someone that needs a corner, yeah. Unless I've typed a guy wrong. But I don't think I have. Mm.
$18. Is it now? Seattle.
So this could defensive end, safety, linebacker. Could this be Malachi Starks? Malachi Starks, Will Johnson, Jade Barron, Jihad Campbell, Mike Green. Donovan Ezeraku. Josh Simmons. I mean, Josh Simmons doesn't really work for Cincinnati on the basis that they need interior help. Shedeur Sanders. We don't care. You're getting picked by the Giants. Go home.
Can you imagine the look on his face if Shedeur Sanders to get drafted in the first round? Oh,
this
wow.
he chose not to come out last year, didn't he? Do you not remember we had this big discussion because
Yeah.
he chose not to come out because he wanted to be the top QB. Now it turns out he wasn't the top QB. Cam Ward was, but there were so many QBs coming out last year. He had every faith in himself that he would be the top QB this year. Not only was he not the top QB this year, but the two top QBs that chose not to come out this year. So he would have been even worse.
Okay, here we go. Who is Cincy taking? I expect someone on the defensive side of the ball. If it's offense, I'm going to fucking laugh my ass off.
It will be a defensive player, I would expect. And it's the only offensive player they could probably consider is Gray Zabel.
Again.
Shamar Stewart. There you go.
Ooh, okay. Okay. Jamar Stewart. His comparison is Rashawn Gary. Is that kind of accurate?
He's a big tall. Shamar Stewart's a big, tall lad. But it's how you choose his production. I tell you who I rate. I think Stewart's similar to Dietrich Weiss. Formerly of this parish.
Yep.
I think I don't make a huge deal out of the production. You know how he's only had 4.5 sacks or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't make a big deal out of his production because he's in it. Same with Nick Scorton, basically. It's the Texas A&M scheme that they play and how they have their defensive ends. They play more of a contain role rather than a tackle role. It's all about trying to keep the QB restricted as opposed to tackling him, and obviously it's then the linebackers and the interior defenders that attack through the middle. So his production's down because of the style of attack, style of defense that the Aggies play. But that I can get behind that. Thank God for that. I stopped the slide.
Well done. And now we've got this ghastly green on our screen. It's Seahawks are on the clock now. Look like a bunch of fucking highlight pens.
7-0 becomes 0-9, becomes 1-0. Let's go.
So who you got Seattle taking?
I've got Matthew Golden because I'm playing on this theory that they deal with guard in the second round and they go. Well,
they've lost. Who is it?
And they go wide receiver.
Lockett.
Yeah, that's true. Texas.
Picks in.
Straight away. Picks in. Here we go.
3, 4, 5, 6. 6 out of the 17 teams and I get this is just my opinion, 6 out of the 17 teams have addressed what I felt was their number one need. That means 11 teams have chosen to address needs 2, 3, 4, or 5.
And that's a
And that-
sketchy plan because you better pray that the players then you want are sitting in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th round.
Is this
Seattle gone
right?
guard.
So have they gone guard?
That's Donovan Jackson, isn't it?
No,
It's either him or Gray Zabel.
that one, he has Abel.
Have they gone Zabel? Right.
Tampa on the clock now.
Wasn't expecting Gray's able to go this high up, but okay. Yeah, there we go.
North Dakota State repping at 18.
Oh, I put Dakota State, not North Dakota. Oh, fuck it. Never mind. It's there.
Don't get that wrong. Jesus.
Well,
You'll be shot. Don't go to Dakota.
very. You happy now?
Yes, I am happy. It's all about the details.
Mate, it's me trying to type this in on my own with a keyboard that keeps poxy malfunctioning.
What is it? What is it? Jack Reacher says in an investigation, details matter.
So the Buccaneers on the board now. Right, where do they go then? Where do the Bucks take? They need edge, linebacker, defensive back. Could be Will Johnson. Potentially Malachi Starks. Mike Green, maybe. Mike Green, a Buccaneer. Oh. That might...
Will Johnson, Malachi Starks, Nick Amanwari. See, I think they prefer an Amanwari to Starks, just because of the coach style. Jade Barron, maybe. I mean, their top need is linebacker. Then it's corner, and then it's defensive end.
Okay, let's have a look at their linebacker. Do they need at the linebacker position? Jihad Campbell.
Jihad Campbell. I don't know how his shoulder is. Have we heard anything about how his shoulder is?
We've got Demetrius Knight, Carson Schwarzenegger, but I don't think
Schwarzenegger. He's going second round. They're all going second round, apart from possibly Campbell.
If I'm the Bucks right now, I've got to think, right, what's best player available?
What's Barron?
You're looking at Mike Green, Donovan Azaroko, James Pierce Jr. I think you're looking at one of those three to take in this one, I think.
Every player that's come off the board, I gave a first round. In this first round, I've given a first round grade 2. Oh.
Denver, I think they go Golden. Multiple reports that they like him.
Here's a conversation we're gonna have now, lads. Do the Patriots start training back into the first round?
No.
Knowing Matthew Golden is still on the board.
No, we had this conversation. We had this conversation while you weren't here. I would much, no offense to you, obviously. I would much rather, if what I was saying is basically, if you look at the second round, you've got in front of us, you've got Vegas, who don't need a wide, who need a wide receiver. You've got Jacksonville. Well, they've taken their wide receiver.
Yeah.
You've got
Cleveland.
the Giants. You've got Giants in Cleveland who need QB. There is a very, very, very good chance that Jaden Higgins will still be there at 38. So you're kind of like wasting picks to trade up when I think you're probably going to get your wide receiver for you anyway.
I swear to God, if the Chiefs take Jaden Higgins, I'm going to fucking lose it. Because that would just be daylight robbery.
Yeah, it'll be someone like Simmons. Or
Has he got a big enough hat on? Look at the size of that hat.
He looks like a right dork.
What? I mean, I know he's got a big hat. He's got a big meathead to stick in that hat, but Jesus.
Oh.
Ooh.
Bucks took a Ibuka.
Deion Sanders put a tweet out saying the rejected will be respected.
Did you just say Ibuka?
Yeah. Gone to Tampa.
Really?
Yeah.
See, I haven't got wide receiver on Tampa's list.
The end of Mike Evans coming soon.
Potentially. You mean he's still putting up 1,000 yards? So.
You fucking dick. What a hat.
I'll buy one.
Yeah, you go and buy one. Don't wear it anywhere near me.
In the Boston meetup, I'll take it.
So, are you in front of me, Nick, or are you still on point with me?
Ibuka's just been taken on my screen. I think I'm around the same point as you are.
Yeah.
Within a second.
Okay.
It's DJ that's 20 minutes ahead of us.
Oh yeah, but I'm behind because I'm in Gibraltar. Fuck me.
So that means at receiver position they got Mike Evans, Emeka Ibuka, and McMillan. Oh, and Cade Otton at tight end.
Who? McMillan.
It's another McMillan.
Not me.
There was a we took Jalen Polk out of Washington, out of the Washington Huskies last year, didn't we? There was their other receiver called McMillan. Okay. Broncos are on the board, and I've got a suspicious feeling. Huh?
I reckon they take Golden.
You reckon they take Golden? Wouldn't surprise me if they took Amari and Hampton.
Yeah, that's a good shout. Running back. Who's that?
Running back is their top need.
Yep.
Wide receiver, cornerback.
Could be Will Johnson.
Tell you what, if Will Johnson falls to Harbour at 22, he'll be delighted.
he'll be. Yeah.
All over that. Yeah. He'll
Because
get
the
a set.
Chargers don't need a cornerback, to be fair. But
So long. For fuck's sake. I'll stay to the Chargers pick and then I'm gone.
Stay to the Chargers pick.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say this: if Denver have their pick, I think it'll be Amari and Hampton. Pittsburgh up next. They'll finish. If they don't take Shedeur Sanders, then where the bloody hell is Pittsburgh? Where the hell is he going?
right,
So
I tell you what, if they don't take Sanders, he goes to the New York Giants,
Well, in round 2.
either in round 2 or at the end of round 1.
That's a fall from grace. Anyway, we're at pick 20, so we're getting there now. And it's 3:15 in the morning. 4:15 where DJ is.
I've got to be up
Sod
in 2 hours.
doing this. Sod doing this too
You
much.
haven't got to do this all tomorrow, yeah. You haven't got to do this all
I
tomorrow.
know. I know because I have a little child who I won't be able to. I need to be awake for, and if I'm not awake for, he just gets moody with me. So
Is it on
I made
earlier
sure
tomorrow?
it wasn't an hour earlier, midnight. I made sure it wasn't my weekend this week.
yeah, well, you ain't got that fucking luxury. I ain't got that luxury, so.
I know you have, and I'm not criticizing you.
So the only
I
phrase,
get
though,
it.
stick your dick in crazy. That's what they said.
Oh, you know, either that or improve your pull-out game. So, Denver need running back, wide receiver, corner, tight end, and defensive line. Amarian Hampton, Matthew Golden, Will Johnson, Jade Barrett.
Why do people keep saying, let's see if this player falls to 24? What's happening at 24? Who's 24?
Minnesota Vikings, they've only got 4 picks for the entire draft. They want to trade down and trade out. So
that's where they're thinking Patriots are going to come up for someone.
Yeah.
Is that why they keep posting it?
Anybody, whether the Giants want to come up for a QB, whether Cleveland want to come up for a QB. If Sanders doesn't go to Pittsburgh at 21, his 24 could be the next spot, but it will be a trade.
Who was picked?
I reckon it's Amarian Hampton. It's Matthew Golden.
Oh, something about Elliott.
No.
Rappaport just came on something about Elliott Wolf, but I couldn't hear it all. You'll be able to hear it again now, because it'll be a minute behind.
Hang on. Rappaport was just talking about Sanders to Pittsburgh.
Did he say not
And
something about
that-
Elliot Wolf at the end?
If Sanders doesn't get picked by the Steelers
No.
in this next pick, if he doesn't get picked in here, then he ain't going at all. The only other team I can see him going to is maybe the Rams as a replacement for eventual replacement for Matthew Stafford.
Nah.
But apart from that, I can't see where else he could go. Nothing that says on here
Right.
in the first round. So it's either Pittsburgh, the Rams, or bust. Well, not bust, but he goes into round 2.
Amarian Hampton, Matthew Golden, or Will Johnson. They are my 3.
Barron, pick 20. That's who they've gone.
Shadé Barron.
Yeah. It says here the Broncos received calls from the Steelers to go ahead of them, but the pick at 20 is Barron. Steelers wanted someone above the Broncos for some reason. I don't think Steelers are going Sanders then.
Oh, okay. That was not surprising. Okay, that was interesting. Jardy Barron, corner out of Texas. So they're going to pencil him alongside Patrick Surtain. Okay. All right. Well, that was a bit of a zigzag. I was expecting them to go off the running back then, but clearly they believe that they can get a running back later in the board, which I'm pretty sure they can anyway. Right, here we go. This was the pick. The Steelers usually make an absolute ass of themselves here, so let's see what they do here. Okay. Steelers are on the clock. This is it. Well, there's 2 chances here. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 6 players on my board right now. Will Johnson, Shedeur Sanders, Mike Green, Malachi Starks, Matthew Golden, and Amarian Hampton. Look at this defense. Zach Allen, Nick Bonito, Dre Greenlaw, Pat Surtain II, and now Jardy Barron for Bro. Denver's defense is going to be an absolute headache this coming season.
For the Chiefs, yeah.
It really is. They're on the phone.
Pick us in.
Who is going to be on the end of that line?
Not a quarterback.
Amarian Hampton. Amarian Hampton or Derek Harmon. They're my 2.
Did they just not sign Warren yesterday? Here we go. Select.
They are not taking Shedeur Sanders, surely.
Who the fuck is that? I've never heard of that guy.
Who?
Derek
Who
Harmon.
they've taken? Told you, Derek Harmon.
Who the fuck is he? From
Oregon defensive tackle.
Let's have a look.
Bit of reach in it.
No, not really.
Well, I got to punch this in now.
Where did you copy and paste?
Okay, here we go. the sound of the crowd's reaction when it happened. They could have got a buffalo
Right.
and they ended up. So they got a buff. They could have took a buffalo and in the end they took a duck.
Matthew Golden, Amarian Hampton, or then Ozaraku.
Who's up next? Chargers.
Yep.
Surely Harbaugh's looking at this now going, let's just bring one of my guys home.
Will Johnson.
Will Johnson.
He doesn't need a corner, though. So I say, if Harmon had, if Grant had fallen, he needed defensive line. If Grant had fallen, he would have taken Grant, I think. But, I wonder whether Amarian Hampton,
Who are their running backs? So Ian Rappaport has said as an explanation.
Jags GM just went on the press conference saying, fuck them picks. As in, he didn't really give a shit how much he was going to pay to get up to number 2.
Well, they better make the playoffs then. When you make moves like that, that can only be deemed to one thing. We're going to win the division and make a postseason.
Well, that division is actually quite weak, isn't it? So...
The AFC South's been weak for years. Colts keep tripping up over them. Colts keep tripping up over themselves. Jags keep...
Texans probably the only one to beat.
Texans are head and shoulders on that division.
Matthew Golden or Amarian Hampton, they're my 2 for now for this next chart for this Chargers pick. Hmm. Still on the clock, they haven't picked yet. Hmm. Sorry, who did the Steelers just take?
Derek Harmon, defensive tackle out of Oregon.
I tell you what, I'll be very interested to see what PFF think of this draft.
Well, do you know what we could do while I'm doing this?
I've already been doing it. I was running it.
You doing it on your screen?
Yeah.
We'll put the grade up then once we get through.
That's why I was like, because I'm having this. I've had to scroll down so far to pick up some of these picks.
Yeah.
You know, I'd be very interested to see what PFF think of this one, because I think they'll give it a. I don't think they'll give it a high grade. So, no, I was already ahead of you. I started it in real time, so that's why I had to get the. Because I'm controlling all the teams.
You kind of knew what the first 4 picks was going to be anyway.
Yeah, but so when I could force the trade, and so I could get the exact trade value right as well.
Oh, so you got the Jags trade absolutely right, then?
Yeah, I put the value. So I also put the trade value in as well. So that'll take into account the grade as well.
So it was a first next year, a second and a fourth.
The second and a fourth this year, and the first next year, yeah.
And the trade got accepted, or did you force it?
According to Rappaport, Will Johnson is falling because people are concerned about his longevity, effectively his injury. Concerned about his injury.
Same as Simmons as well.
Yeah, but Simmons has still got a long way to go. Where's Simmons got? Packers, Minnesota, Houston, LA, Baltimore. Detroit.
First four defensive tackles are off the board. And you know what? I hope another one goes off the board because somebody can go and whistle. No, I was on a pod. I'll give you more details off air because I'm not voicing this on air.
No,
I was on a pod. I was on a pod and this guy had only 3 defensive tackles being taken in the first round. And I said, well, I've got 6 with a first round grade. And he scoffed and said I was crazy. Well, we've lost 4 already.
We've lost 4 already, so we need 2 more. We need 2 more. Come on, Chargers, hurry up.
The clock's
there we go.
And
There we go.
The pick is in.
Right, there we go. The pick's in.
Pick is in. Matthew Golden or Amarian Hampton, they're my 2.
If they get Matthew Golden to pair up with Lad McConkey, oh shit, that's a different animal to deal with for the Chargers.
Chargers select. Who? Oh, yeah. The running back.
Omarion Hampton.
It is Amari in Hampton.
Who do Green Bay need?
I've gone back to live.
Sorry, did we just say that?
Yeah.
Did we just say that was Omarion Hampton?
It is Amari in Hampton, yeah. Okay, it's the hometown lot now that are on the board. The Packers are on the board. Right, keep an eye on your Twitter feed to find out if Aaron Rodgers is going to make an announcement.
What do Packers need?
Here we go. Packers are on the clock. The Packers are getting trade calls, apparently. Same with the Chargers. So someone is trying to trade up.
Do they need wide receiver or not?
Who?
The last time the
Packers.
Packers drafted a wide receiver in the first round was Javon Walker in 2002.
Green Bay need a cornerback, a wide receiver, defensive end, defensive line, and offensive line.
Maybe Johnson Hill.
Malachi Starks, maybe.
Nah.
I would say Hairston, Ezraku,
Pierce.
Pierce, possibly.
James Pierce, maybe.
Josh Simmons, maybe. But you've got, if they're fielding calls, it's because somebody's trying to jump above Minnesota because they're expecting somebody to try and trade with Minnesota.
That's got to be Philadelphia.
Not necessarily. But if you think about, let's say, for example, I don't know. Let's say, for example, the Browns say, well, what if the Giants go trade with the Vikings to get Sanders, and we want Sanders, right? We're going to have to go and trade with Green Bay. So you jump up one. I don't know. I mean, I suppose if teams are worried about Will Johnson's longevity, I would have thought Will Johnson would have gone by now, and teams probably would expect that. So there comes a point where you actually say, well, actually, his value is worth taking a hit on. But I think if they're going to go defensive end, you're talking Donovan Ezaraku. If they're going to go corner, it's Will Johnson or Hairston. If they're going to go wide receiver, Matthew Golden. And if they're going to go defensive line, maybe Tyleek Williams. And offensive line, maybe Josh Simmons or Donovan Jackson.
I think they've picked someone.
2 minutes left to go.
I'm 56 seconds behind you.
Yeah, I've gone back to live footage. Just why? Because
Yeah, I know. Because when you said 2 minutes, I was on 2:56.
oh,
It's fine. I've just muted the TV now anyway, so it doesn't matter. So Malachi Starks is still on the board. Mike Green, Ziad Campbell, Will Johnson, Luther Burden, Donovan Ezaraku. They could take any of them. Josh Simmons. Looks like they've picked.
pick us in.
I just want to see who trades. Golden, Packers. Fuck that. All the wide receivers are going to go now.
Who are they going to take? This is the interesting one.
Oh, shut the fuck up and hurry up.
Here we go.
Twitter says Golden. Oh, for fuck's sake, shut up, you can't just pick. Oh, God.
Here we go.
Wow.
They've done it. Matthew Golden. Yeah.
Right, I'm waiting for this pick and I'm going. I want to see if there's a trade or not.
What, Minnesota?
Yeah.
Well, it took them 23 years and they finally managed to get a receiver in the first round of the draft.
Wasn't the other Texas receiver meant to be better than this geezer? Bond, was it?
Isaiah Bond. Not until the third round.
Nick, you're on mute. Can't hear him. He's talking, but we can't hear you.
Okay. Vikings on the clock. Nick, you're on mute.
I'm well aware I was on mute, thank you.
Oh. So
I was on the phone. I was on the phone.
Eagles GM Harry
See, I'm
Roseman
worried.
is working the phones trying to trade up. Harry, right, the Eagles want to trade up for
Howie
someone.
was on the phone to me. Howie was on the phone to me. He wanted to know what my prediction was.
Who the fuck's Harry?
Howie.
Who's Harry?
Not Harry.
Howie Roseman is the GM of the Eagles. Or the owner of the Eagles. GM, sorry.
Sorry, yes, I took a phone call. I apologise, gents.
That's all right. That's fine.
Yeah.
Tell you what, that Packers receiving room is going to get a little bit crowded. Got Romeo Doubs, you got Christian Watson, you got Jalen Reed, and now you got Matthew Golden. grabbing my drink. Back in a minute.
This could be have Minnesota picked yet?
No.
Well, this could be a trade, I think. Possibly.
Yep, they've picked. Pickers in.
They have picked, have they?
Yeah.
Iman Wari, maybe. What do they need? Corner, offensive line, safety, linebacker, defensive line. So Will Johnson, Donovan Jackson, Starks.
Right. What do the Vikings need? Running back,
they
defensive
need
line, defensive back.
corner, offensive line, safety, and linebacker are my top four. So you're talking Will Johnson,
Malachi Starks,
Donovan Jackson, Malachi Starks, or Jihad Campbell.
Hang on,
maybe.
here we go.
Donovan Jackson. Wow.
Is that what it is?
Ah.
Good pick.
So, guard.
That's a good pick, that.
So,
When you guys were doing it on Tuesday. All right, catch you later, DJ. DJ, if you want to come and join us tomorrow, come and join us tomorrow if you want.
What do you mean joining you tomorrow? I won't be because
join me tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll pop on for about an hour or so, maybe 1 till 2.
All right, I'll catch you tomorrow.
All right, see you later.
See you later.
You know, when you guys were doing on Tuesday, I was struggling with signal and whatever, so I couldn't get in as well as I could. But,
whoa! Hang on! Trade alert! Giants have come up. The Giants have come up with Houston. So Houston's traded down, and the Giants have come up. Oh, what are they doing?
Shedeur Sanders.
Ian Rappaport, full details. Here we go. Texans trade 25 for the Giants in exchange for 34.99 and a third round in.
Hang on. Whoa. Hang on, because I'm going to have to do this on here. Hang on. Right, trade. Houston are trading with the Giants. Where are the Giants? Giants. Right. So Houston are giving up 25. What are the Giants giving up? 34.
34.99 and a third rounder in 26.
Right. 34.99 and next year's third rounder for number 25, yeah?
Yeah.
Happy with that? Correct?
That's correct, yep.
Right, force that. Trade accepted. Right, New York Giants are now on the clock.
So what do Houston need? Wide receiver and O-line. Oh, mate. That could be Jaden Higgins.
No, they need a tackle to replace Tunsil. They need a tackle before a wide receiver. So we're now on
Campbell, Membu. So Josh Simmons is still there. Josh Connolly is still there. Aaron Nursery is still there. And then Ozzy Trapilo, then it's further down. Okay. Here we go. Let's see what they've done. Pick is in for the Giants. Joe Shine has basically said, F them picks. It's Shedeur Sanders.
Is it?
It's not been confirmed, but the way I've just seen the picture of him smiling and laughing with his friends and that, I think this is Shedeur Sanders. I tell you what, Joe Sheen, if he pulls this off, he's done a heck of a job in the first round. Getting Abdul Carter at 3 and then training back up to take Shedeur Sanders, who just completely nearly fell off the first round. Hang on. There's been another trade.
Ooh. Rams, Baltimore, Detroit, Washington, Buffalo, Kansas. They haven't changed the ticker yet for the trade.
It's happened now. And it was who was after the Giant? Who was after? Oh shit! It was after Houston's pick. The Rams.
The Rams.
Right now it makes sense.
Needed pick, so trading back would suit them.
That makes sense now. Because the Rams was the only one I could see maybe taking Shedeur Sanders as the backup to Matthew Stafford. But now the Giants have took the trade up. They're like, right, okay, we don't need to do this anymore. Here we go.
Right, I'm out of sync now. So okay.
Oh shit! Jackson Dart.
The
Jackson Dart
Giants have taken Jackson Dart.
They've taken Jackson Dart and Sanders. Oh my days! Wow! Okay, I did accept that one. Okay, that's bombshell of the night, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa! Holy crap!
The Rams have traded with Atlanta, of all people.
I can't believe I can't believe I've just done that. Jackson Dart is going to the Giants. Shedeur Sanders has got to be absolutely freaking kicking himself.
Right, so. Oh, right.
Okay,
Jackson Dart's hang on, because I've got a. That's my second round. So what are we on? Pick 20. What did Giants just pick up? 24.
Pick 25.
Right, that's the first player that I had with a second round grade that's gone off my board. 25 picks in. Okay.
Wow.
Fucking cockwomble can go and fuck off. Right. New York Giants picked twice, took a quarterback. Right, okay, so Atlanta have traded.
Yes.
Right,
Right.
so,
Are you ready?
Right, let's go through this trade. Let's go through this trade with me. Right, okay, the Rams have traded with Atlanta. Right, pick 46. Okay, right, go on. Rams have given up 26.
And 101.
And 101. Okay.
And 101.
And what have the Falcons given up?
You ready? 46.
Yeah.
242. And their first rounder from next year.
First rounder?
Yep.
Okay. What's that?
Wow.
46 and 242. And a round one next year for 26 this year and 101 this year. What's that? Right. Atlanta Falcons, you are on the clock. Right. So what else do Atlanta need? Defensive end, cornerback, offensive line. Oh, I wonder whether they've come up for Will Johnson. Have they come up for Will Johnson, do we think?
I can't believe the Falcons. Where have the Falcons fallen to then? What do they...
Well, they've already picked already.
So they've gone down to the So they've gone down to the 46th pick.
No, they had 46.
Oh, they had 46.
So Rams have gone down.
Anyhow. The pick is in. Wow, I can't believe Jackson Dart's gone before Shedeur Sanders. That is an absolute... That's a kick in the nuts. That is a straight up kick in the nuts.
Ooh. Yeah, so basically Atlanta have come up from 46 to 26. LA have gone back.
Right, James Pierce Jr. They took out Tennessee.
James Pierce Jr. Right, okay. That's that. Okay.
They needed pass rush because they were shambolic last year. This is a very good pick for them. They've traded a lot though to get up there, but that's a good player to go up there for. He don't look very happy. It's like he's trying to... you watch his reaction. It's like he's trying to, smile through gritted teeth.
Obviously, wouldn't you?
Huh?
Wouldn't you if you were pissed off?
Well, I went to the Falcons.
No, sorry. I thought you were talking about Shedeur Sanders. Sorry.
Ravens on the clock. So it looks like Shedeur Sanders is going to end up going in the second round or later.
I would think so, yes.
Right. Who do the Ravens need? Guard, edge, defensive back. This could be the Will Johnson pick. Mike Green, maybe.
Malachi Starks.
You reckon they're taking safety?
Yeah. So Houston traded out. Rams traded out. Baltimore, yeah. Baltimore need offensive line, cornerback, safety, defensive line, and defensive interior.
Okay.
Malachi Starks was my choice, but I don't know whether they look at it and say, Will Johnson's falling. Josh Simmons is there. But again, they don't really need a tackle. They need a guard. Grace Abel's gone. Donovan Jackson's gone.
Pick his name for Baltimore.
Baltimore picking number 27.
Yes.
Right, I'm missing a pick somewhere. Who have I missed? Oh, Marion Hampton's gone. That's who I've missed. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 26. There we go.
Okay. So you think they're taking Malachi Starks?
I had them taking Malachi Starks on my board, on my pick sheet, but the fact that Will Johnson's I've got cornerback ahead of safety, and the fact that Will Johnson's fallen this far, it wouldn't surprise me if they take Will Johnson ahead of Malachi Starks. Nicky Manwari's still on the board. He could technically play both corner and safety. So the fact that he's on the board and he was expected to go already, do they take him ahead of Malachi Starks? Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
So
I would like to go to a draft one day. I would. But I'd only go if it's going to if it's in Foxborough. I wouldn't go anywhere else.
It won't ever be in Foxborough because Foxborough's not on the cycle. It's going back to Vegas next year anyway, isn't it?
No, Pittsburgh, I think.
No, is it in Pittsburgh next year?
Again, Pittsburgh.
If you're looking for another trade, Washington's the next team I would expect to trade at 29. So
Maybe with us. Maybe with us.
possibly.
Yeah, you was right. Well done. You're right. Malachi Starks is a Raven.
Oh, it's as if I knew what I was talking about. I would like to say that I had that and Daniel Jeremiah didn't have that.
Well done, sir.
Thank you.
Have a trophy.
Provided I get the big W at the end, I'm not bothered. No, I when I did the picks, obviously when I did my mock, I already had the first two corners gone. I already had Johnson and Barron gone and Imam Wari gone. So like Starks was like the easiest pick sort of thing.
Okay,
Detroit,
line.
what
Right.
What
So
about
Detroit
what
need-
about Donovan Ezeraku to go and join Adrian Hutchinson on the end?
They do need They need a receiver. They need guard. They need linebacker. That's what I got on this board.
Defensive end, offensive line, safety, defensive line, wide receiver.
Here's a question I want to throw out. Here's a question that I want to throw out there, okay? Because we took Will Carroll at 4. Some people say that he's a tackle. Some people project him as a guard. If we get to the second round and say Josh Simmons is still sitting there, do you risk taking Josh Simmons? Do you risk taking Josh Simmons, and then in the third round you take Trey Harris, or do you stick with your guns, take Jaden Higgins at 2, and then in the first pick of the third round, if he's still sitting there at 69, you take Jack Sawyer, the edge out of Ohio State.
Right. Much as I love Josh Simmons, look, right up there was my number one tackle. Yes, he was injured, but he was my number one tackle. I'd have loved Josh Simmons. But given the fact that looking at all the defensive ends that are coming off the board, I've got a feeling Mike Green's still on the board because of his non-footballing activities, let's say. I think no, I wouldn't take Josh Simmons. I would leave Campbell at left tackle. You look at how the guy was in tears. He was delighted to be picked. Well, we need when we talk. We've been talking for weeks about how desperate New England are for a wide receiver, and of all the wide receivers that are left, you look at it and say Luther Burden doesn't suit a fit. We've already got that type of receiver. Amania, no, doesn't fit. We've already got that type of receiver. So Jaden Higgins or Jalen Royals, are the Z type guys that we want, because Burden's an X guy. Ironman is an X guy. Higgins is a Z guy, which is what we need. Jack Betch is an X guy. Jalen Royals is a Z guy that we need. Kyle Williams is a slot guy, really. And then Trey Harris can be an X or a Z. So really, the drop-off between Jaden Higgins to Jalen Royals to Trey Harris I'd much rather get Jaden Higgins.
Okay.
So I would like to get Jaden Higgins with our second, and then with our 2 picks in the third, I would maybe go Jack Sawyer with the first one and then running back with the second one, even though on my mock draft on Tuesday they were the other way round.
Is Jack Sawyer going to be there, though, when we get to the top of the third round? That's
I
the
think so.
That's the big question.
I think so, yes.
You think he's going to be there? And is that
I
a
do.
Mike
When I
Vrabel
look
guy?
I think Jack Sawyer's a Mike Vrabel guy. When I look at the edge defenders that are left, Mike Green ranked 10, Ezeraku ranked 17, Scorton ranked 29, Landon Jackson ranked 39, Swinson ranked 47,
Oh, here we go.
Princely ranked 50, JT ranked 56. There's ends still on the board. I think Jack Sawyer
Here we
will
go.
last
Who are they taking? Who are they taking?
top of the third. Donovan Ezeraku.
Oh, okay. Tyleek Williams.
Is all right?
Interesting.
Oh, sorry. That's not 5 defensive tackles in the first round, is it? Not 3. Not 3. 5. Oh, a man who had 6 on a first grade. Oh my!
Is that on the college pod?
No, that is somebody else's pod that I appeared on as a guest.
Oh, okay. You need to, tell me backstage. Tell me when this is over and done with, because I will actually louder. Because when I wake up, I'm now because I'll listen to that podcast and see what gets said, and I'll be like, and I'll put a little comment underneath going, bro, yeah, my man knows more than you do.
I tell you what.
Get your bumper clut over there.
Put it this way. It wasn't a small pod either. It wasn't a small podcast.
Okay.
Right. Detroit picked who, sorry?
Tyleek Williams.
Defensive tackle. Ohio State.
Oh God! Right now, I've got to
Washington.
find this. I've now got to find this god awful, fucking ugly, like maroon type of fucking color. Where is it? No, that'll do.
Like I said, Washington could trade out here.
Potentially they could, but it looks like they haven't.
Is the pick in? To be fair, I'm making all this noise shouting in this room. The girls are asleep next door. They're literally on the back of that wall.
Oh well, 4 picks left.
Thank God for that. Should probably stop drinking coffee now.
I've had 2 cups already. I'm all right. But I'm on a can of Coke now because I just eat something different. Uh, 2:20 left on the clock for Washington. Okay, so what do Washington need? Running back, guard, edge, corner. Who's next on the board when it comes to running backs?
I've got Trayvon Henderson, but I've got him with a second round grade. I haven't got him in the first round.
Could they take tackle?
Washington need defensive end, cornerback, wide receiver, safety, and offensive line. So Will Johnson's fallen very far. Luther Burden, maybe. Mike Green. Oh, I've had bets come in on Paddy. What's coming?
What's coming on Paddy Power?
Oh, I've won a tenner. I've won a tenner off the Colts picking a tight end. I've won. I've won another £3 on Grant being a first round pick. I've won another tenner on Tetmac being the first wide receiver off the board that isn't Travis Hunter. Won a few quid on Mason Graham. Won a few quid on.
Oh, Washington just took Josh Connolly. Washington just took Josh Connolly.
And they traded for, and they got Larry Tunsil in the offseason. Wow. Josh Connolly. Interesting.
Okay, Josh Connolly. Good tackle. Very, very good tackle.
I still got open.
So Josh Connolly, offensive tackle out of Oregon.
Got another tenner about to come in. If Maxwell Hairston's picked in the next four picks, or this round, that's another tenner. I'll probably lose that $5 off Shador Sanders. It's not bad. So Washington took offensive line. Right, Buffalo desperate for a cornerback. So Maxwell Hairston, Trey Amos, Will Johnson. I can't see Will Johnson.
Edge, linebacker, and corner. I've got them.
Yeah, corners there big.
Who's the remaining?
We don't want Boston College Donovan Ezeraku going to the Bills, do we?
Not really.
That's not right. That's not right.
Banks, Zabel, Jr., Jackson. So the only two tackles I left going is Josh Simmons and then Aaron Tenesseri and Ozzy Trapilo. I'm keeping an eye on the Chiefs. I'm keeping an eye on the Chiefs here and seeing what they do.
I know, but the Chiefs need a guard. They need a guard more than a tackle. Because they just lost Joe Tooney. It's a guard more than a tackle that they need.
So
And to put
but
Simmons in
there's nothing there because Tyler Booker's gone. Tate Routledge is a right guard. Jared Wilson is a center. Then you'll go all the way down to Miles Frazier. That's in the interior O-line. So
that's why I wonder whether Kansas City don't go offensive line. I wonder whether they go defensive line and defensive end.
Or they...
Like I said, I've got Buffalo's top need as corner. And, your corners, you've got Will Johnson, Trey Amos, Benjamin Morrison, and Maxwell Hairston. They're the top four.
Someone's just turned around and said, Jaden Higgins is our guy. Go and get him. Trade up. Who's going to trade up? We're going to have to give
up. You need someone to trade down, don't you?
Trade down.
So, and you've only got Kansas City or Philly to choose from.
Unless you just shift a couple of spots up in the second round. But
possibly. Possibly.
Pick us in for the Bills already.
Go on.
He hasn't come out yet.
Oh. I thought you were like a minute ahead of me.
The pick is in.
I know the pick's in because my telly's told me. Have I caught up without noticing?
I don't know.
You tell me when the commissioner's walking to the stage.
He's on the stage now.
No, I'm still like 30 seconds at least behind you. Go on, who have we select? Who have Buffalo selected?
The Eagles have traded up. Probably by one spot they have. Philadelphia and KC have swapped. It all depends what the Bills are going to take. Whoa, Maxwell Hairston. Okay.
Yeah. Well, that's fine. That's another tenner in my pocket.
But is that the first corner off the board?
No. Jahdae Barron.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
Jahdae Barron came off the board.
So Maxwell Hairston, quarterback of Kentucky,
to
the Bills.
Look at my screen.
Yep.
The top three corners left are all injured. Spent the year injured. Will Johnson.
Yep.
Will Johnson. Savon Revel. Benjamin Morrison. Top 3 corners left have all been injured all year.
Can you imagine if one like falls in the 4th or the 5th round and we just go yoink?
Josh Connolly's gone.
Okay, so I need to find out this. Oh, hang on, here we go.
Right, go on, give it me.
Okay, so the details.
Oh, hang on. I'm still. Hang on. You dickhead. Hang on. Nick's being a dick. Hang on. Buffalo selected Maxwell Hairston. Right. Chiefs are now on the clock. Right, trade. Okay, Chiefs are trading 31 with Philadelphia for 32. And what have Philadelphia also given them?
164.
64. Is that it?
Yep, that's it.
Right. Used to belong to Detroit, 164. Right. So the Philadelphia Eagles are now on the clock.
Yep.
They need safety, they need defensive line, they need cornerback, they need defensive end, and they need offensive line. Nicky Manwari at safety. That would make sense because Kansas City both need a self-safety. Defensive line, Kansas City both need... Because there must be a reason why they've jumped above Kansas City. So it's either safety, defensive line, or defensive end. They're the 3 that match. So defensive end, Mike Green or Donovan Azaraku. Defensive line, Darius Alexander, but he's a second rounder for me. Jihad Campbell, maybe. Nicky Manwari, maybe. Yeah. Well, there you go.
Okay, picks in for Philly.
Give it to me, baby.
Pickers in. Who are the Eagles going to take?
Are they trying to steal Josh Simmons from under Kansas City's nose? They don't need him right this second, so he could recover from his injury. Yeah. Redshirt him for the year. It don't matter. Are they taking Josh Simmons?
Because the other tackle left on the board then is Ezri, and he is a second rounder anyway. But is Ezri going to be the back end of the second round? KC might have
Well, like I said, they both need safety, they both need offensive line, they both need defensive line, and they both need defensive end. Nick Scorton, maybe. Mike Green, Nick Scorton, Donovan Ezaraku, they're all edge defenders that are still on the board. So I don't, with the amount of edge defenders on the board, I can't see it being one of those. Nicky Manwar is the only first round safety, and Josh Simmons is the only offensive line. And Will Johnson. It's got to be surely Will Johnson, Josh Simmons, or Nicky Manwari. They're the three, I think, because they're the three that they both need, and there's only the one left.
All right, okay. I think it's safe to say we will take Shedeur Sanders off the board here.
Well, I don't think Philadelphia are going to be taking him off the board, do you?
What? Who?
Shedeur Sanders.
I mean, that's the biggest FU to Jalen Hurts. That is. But nah, I don't think so.
No, that's my point.
That's a long list for the Eagles there. From 22 to 24. Oh, too late. The thing's gone off the screen.
Pick not in yet, I take it.
Pick is in, but we're just waiting for the Ginger Hammer to arrive. Oh, here he comes.
The Ginger Hammer. Oh.
Here we go. Oh, okay. All right. This defense just got nastier. They've taken linebacker out of Alabama, Jihad Campbell.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Brilliant. What a good pick by the Eagles. That is a very good pick by the Eagles.
Well,
so that means where do KC go then?
because we're not used to Kansas City picking last in the draft, are we?
No one gives a shit.
Thank God. Yeah, thank God they're not picking last because they won. Jesus.
It wouldn't surprise me at all if they took Josh Simmons. Wouldn't surprise me at
No,
all.
I suppose they kicked their tackle into guard and played Josh Simmons at tackle. I suppose maybe. I really didn't want Kansas City having Josh Simmons because he's such a badass. I just didn't want him going all the way to.
The fact he has is actually an insult. The fact he has is an absolute insult.
I mean, he was rated number 18. The fact that he's gone all the way down to 32 to the Chiefs,
Look at this defensive core for the Eagles. Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Nolan Smith Jr., Zach Bourne, and now Jihad Campbell. What offense is going to be able to get through that? What offense is going to get through that? Only a brick wall will stop you. Its name is the Eagles.
Well, if they can't use the tush push anymore, they're just gonna suffocate you. They're gonna win every game 9-6.
Oh, hang on, whoa.
Trade?
Oh. So they tried to trade with the Chargers.
Who did?
All Philadelphia.
Philly.
Yeah.
Right.
But they waited. Well, said to the they said, okay, we'll flip me there. We'll flip me my fourth.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Chiefs are on the clock.
I would say, nobody needs to trade into the first round because, Cleveland need a QB. Sanders is there. Suppose Houston could trade back in for a tackle, but, they don't really need to because they could probably get where they are.
If Casey doesn't take Josh Simmons, Houston are just going to sit in round 2 and go, cool. Let Josh Simmons land to us.
But there you go. Like I said, you've got Las Vegas in front of us. They could take a receiver.
Yeah.
Cleveland need a quarterback. They've got 2 picks there, but Cleveland, one of those is going to be a quarterback. The other one, based on what Cleveland need, I reckon the other one's probably going to be, a running back or a wide receiver, possibly. A wide receiver. Neither are Houston. And the fact that there's enough wide receivers still on the board, because like I said, you've got Luther Burden, Amani Orr, Jaden Higgins, Jack Besh, Jalen Royals. I wouldn't want to wait too long in that second round, but we could maybe get away.
Here we go. Who are the Chiefs taking? Fucking knew it!
Josh Simmons.
Morning bastards!
Bastards.
I can't keep getting away with it!
Jammy buggers they are. And they still couldn't win 3 in a row. Fuck them.
Oh, fuck's sake. I mean, that's just typical. That is just absolutely fucking typical.
Right. According to PFF, this draft is not in their playbook.
Seriously?
I can't get a grade on it. Yeah,
Can you
I
share,
can't
can
get
you
a
share
grade
the,
on it.
Can you share the screen? Oh no, you can't. Not on a 32 rounder. It won't let you grade a 32 rounder. It will let you grade your own team, but it won't let you grade.
Um,
Oh man. Just if you could just put it up on your screen.
Yeah, hang on. What do I want to do? Hang on. There you go.
Right, switch this off, and I don't need to do that anymore. Okay, hang on, and let me remove this. Right, here we go then. So this was the board in question, guys. So number 1, Cam Ward got taken. Make sure you save this, by the way, so if you want to bring it up tomorrow night as just a quick recap.
I've already got it saved.
That's fine. So at 1, Cam Ward goes to Tennessee as predictable. Travis Hunter ends up going to Jacksonville. Jags trade from 5th to 2nd. So the Jags take Travis Hunter at pick 3. The Giants take Abdul Carter at 4. As predictable, the New England Patriots picked offensive tackle of LSU, Will Campbell. Mason Graham, which the Browns took at 5. The Raiders, they ended up taking Ashton Gentry, the first running back off the board at 6. The Jets, Armand Membu goes off the board at 7. 8, Tatoria McMillan goes to the Panthers at 8, just as I predicted. Number 9, Saints take Kelvin Banks, the tackle out of Texas. At 10, Chicago go for a bit of a, not a reach, but a bit of a strange one. Colson Loveland, tight end out of Michigan. The 49ers take Michael Williams, the edge out of Georgia. Dallas, this is an overreach here. Tyler Booker, a guard out of Alabama. 13, the Dolphins take Kenneth Grant, interior defensive lineman out of Michigan. Can you just scroll down? Because I can't see past 13. Thank you. That's better. At 14, the Colts take Tyler Warren, the tight end out of Penn State. The Falcons at 15, they take Jalen Walker, a linebacker out of Georgia. Coincidence? Cardinals at 16 take Walter Nolan, the defensive lineman out of Mississippi. At 17, Shamir Stewart, edge out of Texas A&M, heads to Cincinnati. Seattle at 18 take Gray Zabel, the tackle, or I'd probably say guard, out of North Dakota State. The Buccaneers at 19 take Emeka Egbuka out of Ohio State, wide receiver. The Broncos at 20 take Jardy Barron, corner out of Texas. The Steelers, thinking they were going to take Shedeur Sanders, did not. They took Derek Harmon, a defensive tackle out of Oregon. The Chargers take the second running back off the board, Omarion Hampton out of North Carolina. The Green Bay Packers, for the first time since 2002, have taken a wide receiver in the first round, Matthew Golden out of Texas. The Minnesota Vikings, they take Donovan Jackson, the tackle / guard out of Ohio State. The Giants traded back up at 25, and they didn't take Shedeur Sanders. They took Jackson Dart out of Mississippi. At 26, Atlanta, they traded back into the first again, this time taking the edge out of Tennessee, James Pierce Jr. At 27, Baltimore Ravens, they take Malachi Starks, the first safety off the board, out of Georgia. Detroit at 28, they take Tyleik Williams, the defensive tackle out of Ohio State. Washington, they take offensive tackle Josh Connolly out of Oregon. At 30, the Bills take Maxwell Hairstone, the corner out of Kentucky. The Eagles swap picks with the Chiefs, and the Eagles selected at 31 Jihad Campbell, the linebacker of Alabama. And then to wrap it all up, the Kansas City Chiefs at 32 took Josh Simmons, the tackle out of Ohio State. That's what we got to go through. I am still pissed that the Chiefs somehow managed to get Josh Simmons at 32. That's just a crime. That's just a crime against NFL. That's just a crime against humanity, frankly. That is what it is. Look, let's go to our pick, because obviously it was Will Campbell. It was obviously going to be, it was pretty much predictable. He was crying when he was at the podium because he was. You could say he was I think they were happy tears because you were proud of how he's come this far and that. We just hope that he, pans out at the left tackle position. That's what we're all hoping for. But listen, Mike Vrabel has confidence in him. He's a left tackle. And listen, I'm here. I'm not here to judge Mike Vrabel at the moment because he's only just arrived through the door. So what would you say about that regarding of Will Campbell?
I mean, it was fairly obvious he was going to be. I mean, it had been mocked for weeks, if not months, that he was going to be taken. So, the fact that he was is no great surprise. I've never had a problem with his arm length. I've made this clear. So the fact that he's got shorter arms, or supposedly short arms, doesn't bother me. He's got quick feet. As a freshman, he's walked into LSU and played every game. That doesn't happen at the college level very often. I think from a personal point of view, from a Patriots point of view, I think we've got to be delighted with that. So, Drake May's got his blindside protection. We just need to give Drake May a weapon now. So hopefully we can get something done tomorrow.
I wouldn't be at all. Let's look at that. What was it in round 2? So Cleveland have got 2 picks. One of them obviously they're going to take a quarterback, and the other one, whichever one it will be, Vegas might take a receiver.
I think Vegas will definitely take a receiver because that was their behind the running back. That was their big need. So I expect Vegas to be taking a wide receiver. If you're going to play Travis Hunter at mainly corner, then you probably do want another wide receiver. The fact that Will Johnson's on the board helps. But
Ezeraku's on the board still.
I mean, this is the thing. If straight away, if Jaden Higgins and say Luther Burden go straight away before we pick, then do we then get someone like Ezeraku and go for a receiver in at the beginning of the third? But then you get in a less. You're getting a receiver that's not as good. So decisions.
I just hope Jaden Higgins is there when we land when it's our turn to pick. Because I know Jalen Knowles is very good the receiver, but Jaden Higgins it's either Jaden Higgins or Trey Harris. It has to be one of those two for me.
Yeah.
So I think that's where it is, but hang on, let's go on to the NFL. Onto the NFL site, see where where's B? Trying to find it here. Where is it? Draft. Here we go. Draft tracker. There we go. This is the one I wanted. Yep. Here we go. Round 2. So the picks at round 2 before they come to us is obviously you've got Cleveland twice, you got Houston, you got Tennessee, and you got Vegas.
Yeah.
I'm trying to work out if New England may potentially trade up, but I don't know how many spots you'd have to go. Maybe Tennessee jumping off the 6th from 6 to 3 in the second round.
Well, Cleveland didn't take Hunter because Jacksonville traded. So Cleveland's first 2 picks are surely going to be quarterback and wide receiver. Houston's first pick is likely to be either offensive line, wide receiver, or cornerback. The fact that Will Johnson's there is interesting. Wouldn't surprise me if Houston went for him. Las Vegas, they're going to want a wide receiver. Again, they want a cornerback. So Will Johnson's, you've got two teams picking ahead of us that both need cornerback. So Will Johnson might go. But you've also got 2 teams, Cleveland and Vegas, that need a wide receiver. And there's no guarantee that,
The problem is that Cleveland are first on the board.
They are indeed.
And if you turn around and say that they could take, that they could take Shedeur, they could take Shedeur Sanders there. But what if they did the switch?
Well, they don't need to. Yeah, they don't need to, because the teams that need a QB, are Cleveland, who were first pick, New Orleans that aren't picking till 40. Pittsburgh Steelers don't have a second round pick. They're the only 3 that need. So Cleveland could actually pick Sanders with their second pick. Can you imagine that? Sanders drops another 3 places.
Yeah.
So they could quite.
So we're looking at the
conceivably.
So look at the receivers on the board. So Luther Burden is still on the board.
Yeah.
Hunter's gone. Golden's gone. McMillan's gone. Egbuka's gone. Jack Betch is still on the board. Jane Higgins is still on the board. Jalen Royals, Isaiah Bond, Trey Harris, Jalen Knoll.
Isaiah Bond's dropping all the way because of his issues. So I don't expect him to be taken before round 4.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. But the next one down, you're probably looking at someone like a Kyle Williams. So we're hoping that if the Browns take Luther Burden, then we are relying on the Raiders to not take Jaden Higgins.
Yeah.
And that's risky. That is so flipping risky.
So you're then asking, do you trade up? Do you jump ahead of Vegas?
If Cleveland say take Luther Burden at 1, then I'll be blowing up. Then I'll be blowing up their line. Because then it would turn around and say, we'll trade up from 6 to 4. We'll probably have to give them a 4th and a 7th or something to get into those spots. Houston will probably take their tackle. They'll probably take Essery. So that's that pick gone there. Right? Cleveland will still end up taking Shedeur Sanders if they traded back with us, because no one's going to take him otherwise. It's only Tennessee that's then will slightly worry me, but Tennessee have still got a lot more holes to fill. And I'll have more confidence in us being at 4 to take Jaden Higgins. That's the only way I could see it happening.
Yeah.
If the Browns take Luther Burden, then they'll blow up their hotline and go, we'll trade up from the 6th to the 4th. We'll jump ahead of the Raiders, and then it's down to the Raiders then to trade up above us with Tennessee. I don't think they will.
No, the only other worry is that Houston could do with a wide receiver as well. So, do you? I don't know. Do you just go to the Browns and just try and get first off the board in the second round?
What are we gonna have to give up?
Probably one of our probably our fourth, 106, maybe.
What, to move up 5 spots?
Yeah, probably have to give up our fourth, or maybe give up our fourth and one of our fifths and get a sixth. Maybe trade one of our thirds for a fourth. Something like that. You'd have to go through the value cost and the trade value cost, but I don't, maybe that's the thing to do. Maybe that's just, let's not worry about it. Let's not mess around. Let's just move up 5 spots in the second round and give them a 4th rounder. But there we go. Oh.
Yeah. Right. It's 5 in the morning. I think it's safe to say it's been a heck of a stream. 4.5 hours we've been live for.
We have, yes.
And
for those that want to do it all over again, come back and join me later on, because we're going to do it all again. And we will do the second round and the third round. And yeah, so come on back. Come and join us again.
We will be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow night, 11:30 start. It'll be 11:30 start time, half an hour build up right to the second, because the second round starts at midnight. I think it does.
It does indeed.
That's midnight, and it's only 5 minutes on the clock this time, so it's actually less time for the pick to go in and out. So, yeah. But it'll be a fun night. I just pray and hope that Jalen Higgins is there at 6. I just pray and hope that he's there at 6. Because if he is, we've got ourselves an alpha dog. We're going ourselves a dog at receiver. Otherwise, we're taking Jalen. Otherwise, we're taking Jalen Royals out of Utah, which I haven't got an issue with, but he wasn't my favorite choice on the board anyway. So, but we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Thank you to everyone that's been watching. It's been a heck of a stream. You've all been absolutely amazing. Please smash the like button on the way out. Hit the subscribe button. Tell all your friends. Follow us on all social media platforms. And make sure you follow the podcast on Spotify as well. We'll be back tomorrow night at 11:30 p.m. for round 2 and round 3 of the 2025 NFL draft. And hopefully we can land some more incredibly talented players. Because so far, we've finally got Drake May's blindside blocker. Let's see if we can add any more. Good night. God bless. Go Patriots.